Fixerbot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will
have that selected. I'm going to go with 2.0
to pull this off. One of the things from Twitch, which this was a little finicky for me.
the kind of the real key on building the Python code, just like almost any code, is make sure the design is as modular as possible. And if you haven't done object-oriented programming in Python, it might look a little bit odd at first, or if you haven't done object-oriented programming at all, I would say that it's a lot easier to figure out object-oriented code in Python than it is in C++. And so hopefully, hopefully it's not too much of a hurdle. I think the main thing to keep in mind is that classes are just a bunch of code you write, and then objects are variables that are take on the type of that class. And that class then has a bunch of data. It's just kind of a wrapper that has a bunch of data and functions in it that allow you to kind of easily make function calls from the very top level that reduce hundreds of lines of code down to a pretty small amount. As we'll see later, I'm not going to walk through the whole code, but I will walk through a few key sections and hopefully give you some confidence that it can actually be done pretty simply once you get some of the framework out of the way. But in terms of the Python code, one of the things that I also did that's kind of key is I coded the radios themselves in, or the radio applications themselves in native Python. I wasn't using the Radio Companion GUI. A lot of times when you think about GUI Radio, you think of this, right? You think of this set of blocks that are dropped down into a graphical interface, and you have this nice kind of menu to the right, and you click and drag, and then you connect them all up. If you played around with GUI Radio 90+% of the time, it's probably been something like this. And people don't always know, but there's a generate and execute button. All that generate button does is take this code here and turn it into Python code. And it essentially looks something like this. And so you'll have a block, it'll have a bunch of boilerplate, it'll basically be a class. And then you will, and this happens automatically, you don't even look at it, you don't even see it, but every time you run a GUI Radio flow graph, GUI Radio Companion flow graph,
is that if it was classified, I don't see any questions in chat about it. I love Signal too. I love Signal too. I did just find out that Signal allows you to create a handle. I've thought about creating a cyber insecurity Signal group. Thinking about it. Does everybody know what Signal is? That's a great question. Don't be. Let me explain it. You don't have to out yourself in chat if you don't know what Signal is. Chat apps are everywhere, right? You've got banking apps. You've got, we could. I wasn't gonna go so far as to call it a protocol, right? I love this. I believe Signal is an old wooden ship. No, there we go. Somebody. There we go. Explain Signal. I don't know what it is. Absolutely. I'm not going to explain Signal from a protocol perspective because I'm just going to keep it more esoteric than that. Listen, Signal's a chat app. It's like WhatsApp. It's like Telegram. It's like iMessage. It's like SMS, right? The advantages that Signal has always touted is true end-to-end encryption of messages, right? And you've got it took some cues from Snapchat where they've got like disappearing messages that ultimately ended up getting put into as features into other products. I'd say, just for the sake of the conversation, Signal is a chat app that is probably one of the most well-known amongst people looking to keep encrypted communications truly encrypted. Good point. Crypto mathematician. I think there's is there math isn't there an M missing that mathematician? There is. If you're interested in cryptography as a whole, hop into Discord and go chat with eCurve. That dude is amazing. That dude is hands down probably one of the smartest crypto people that I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Are you muted?
I'm pretty sure it is too, now that he outed himself.
Oh no, my mic is dead. Also, I've been chatting all the time and nothing is on stream.
So much. I appreciate
whatever.
the donation to the Melanoma Research.
I haven't been doing much. Yeah, I know.
Thank you
So
very much.
when I start stream, I unmute this mic, and this mic is not connected because I need to reinstall my computer. I've been sick, so I haven't had the energy to do it. So, and this weekend I won't have the time to do it. That's annoying. Well. So I've mostly been like flaring out tabs, but I did talk a bit about how cool this video is. So she's automating Ghidra malware reversing here. She's the function names, variable names. She's made like functions for an AI to use, and it's really cool. So I'm just learning Ghidra, right? Here's like the bridge, exactly the bridge between them. And then she has, let's see, the code here. So this is a plugin for Ghidra that the bridge uses to connect it to the AI. Very cool. Did we get to actually see it finished? So we saw the in first here. So probably somewhere here. If we look at this. Yeah, so the names of the functions, they were not nice before, right?
They are very, very smart. They do bug bounties.
Computer hash bytes, string constructor, they were like random garbage. Map operation hash table access. So the AI did that. She didn't do it manually. So it makes it much easier to read the code. She's not using the assembler as much. Well, I guess in this one it's not relevant.
If you're listening and have imposter syndrome, welcome to the club. Everybody has it. You're in cahoots with a lot of people who all feel the same
so,
way.
How loud is Niels talking?
Right? But this
I realized you only heard that before, right? So I thought, this is a random stream, back from being sick and from having a Hack the Box meetup yesterday. And the CFT yesterday, but I was too tired for that, really. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I thought I was doing better last Friday, and then my tummy wanted to play too. So let's not give you details. But
they were all over the place.
So I think I'm good now. Almost. You know, it's always like cough and I better stop. And also my Proxmox server has been acting up and crashing. Mostly it's been crashing the Proxy VM. So, oh right, I'm stupid. This is not the one we're going into the setup for. I tried to do that a bit ago. So let's see. Do I have the tab up? No.
So they come to me and they're like, "Hey Neil, I just don't feel like I can make
So
this
let's
move. I can make the
just
next move in my
close it
career
down the quickest way we
because I
can.
don't feel like I have this level of qualifications." Now that imposter syndrome,
Because it's
I'm
this
turning
Proxmox server setup we need to go into.
because I don't
And
feel like
to do that, I need to connect to it. I wonder if the microscope is still connected.
This gets back to our cert conversation a little bit, right? And this gets back to some of the mentality where it's like, oh, I've got
So,
this alphabet soup next to my name, therefore you're
so
successful,
what if
therefore
we
you
are
should listen to me.
doing this?
And it had manifested for this individual in that way. I don't have this cert soup behind my name, therefore I'm not qualified to be in this industry. I'm not qualified to move
Right,
up
so I'm
in
sorry
politics.
if you want me to
Realm.
high
And I
raise
don't know
or
what
lower
caused me to
the
think about
audio
it.
volume of
I don't know where my
Nick
head was
Stream,
at, but
Cyber
the first thing that
Insecurity.
came out of my mouth when I said this to this individual and we're
I'm
sitting
like
listening to
conflicted on
this video
Fridays
was,
because
you know that
he's
certain
streaming at the same
courses
time that I'm
are open
streaming.
book, right?
And I don't want to wait until it's finished because it
And
might
their
go for 2
response
hours.
was,
And
get the fuck out of
it's
here.
always like, should I wait or should I
It's
not?
like 100%. SANS courses are open book.
Let's continue.
For
So we're going
anybody
to
who
shut
did
the
not know
this one
that,
down.
to
And when
allow
it
the
starts
head
again,
spooning to happen, cast
actually
breath,
while it's up,
recenter themselves.
let's see which one is best.
Are open
All right,
book.
yeah. So we actually have graphics from it. With a full screen, we can see there that there's text in the corner. It's just 4K. Sorry, there. Gosh. Yeah, so we have a tiny bit of text in the corner. We're connected. So when we reboot this, and I should remember which one to click next time. If we reboot this one, we should be able to go into the setup and change this. We happened by mistake enable automatic. Actually, let's shut it down. Let's like safer. No, then I have to click the button and I have to like go into the corner of the room. It will take like 5 seconds or longer. I'll have to move.
would teach a 6-day course, and then we would make the students wait 2 weeks before they took a SANS
let's
test.
see.
And I specifically taught a course after SANS left on how to make an index to be successful at a SANS course.
Yeah, so it's restarting. And I'm like stupid because I need the keyboard. So I'm ready. I've got the keyboard. Blip blip.
SANS allows you to create an index.
I want a preview of this.
I saw somebody say it, index.
So come on.
SANS allows you to create an index.
What key to press? Maybe delete.
In the 6 books that they give you for an exam. So
yeah, this is the keyboard that's connected.
What is a SANS cert teaching you?
Why don't we have any video?
There's only one right answer to this. Does anybody know what a SANS cert is teaching you now?
Come on.
Exactly. How to research, how to look shit up. Most of the people.
So I shouldn't have Neil's audio in my stream as I'm telling people not to swear, right? On the stream. Because I'm family friendly, right? But I'm waiting here. Come on. I can hear it starting, so there should be stuff on the screen.
Translated from Dutch.
Oh, look, there's something. I can't see a thing though. Ah, this is too late in the boot. Yeah, it's already booted.
And so when we talk about the
Fix-It Box
value of
swearing.
certs, When we talk about the
Yeah, I kind of thought that you were going for that.
back in the day,
So
when
let's
Facebook was one of 4 cert vendors,
why this odd
it got a
URL?
pretty high rating in
Oh,
terms of
I'm
people
deleting on the
who
wrong
returned, and
keyboard.
they could
There.
shove it to a 6-day course to
So
be
we have
successful.
to shut it down really
And thus
instead.
that made that material valuable.
And then maybe we'll have
Like,
a better
Ralphie,
chance at seeing the
you have
start.
a SANS course, you must be really, really smart because those SANS tests are hard. I've always heard hard things about them. But what has failed to seep through to the hiring managers is that that SANS cert is only a certification on how to research fast. Right?
So
That's what that cert is. If anybody is clouding on you for having a SANS cert, I want you to immediately respond with, cool, your Google is pretty fast. Good job, you can research pretty fast. That is all a SANS cert means.
he's so sewing them.
That is all a SANS cert means, is that you can search.
So starting the computer, let's hop back to the microscope. It's not the microscope now, it's the HDMI in from the computer. It starts, closes down, and starts every time. And I believe that's the automatic thing. So if I knew the key to start setup, I would press it. So I'm trying delete and escape. Oh, I saw stuff.
I know how the system works. So when I rag on
what did it say?
This is why. Because this
yeah, it's either delete or escape because we go there. So let's see. Let's full screen this so we can really see it. So advanced mode, of course, right? And I don't have the mouse. There's no mouse connected, is it? Yeah, maybe. Let's see where this cord goes. All right, I can see it. All right, it's on the floor. Actually, this has been lying on the floor, and I'm leaving it there because it's been lying upside down, and there's been red light when it's dark. The red light of this mouse has been going all up on the wall. So I like mice that have a nice red light. This is my kid's old mouse. Now we can use it here. So let's see. I'll use a keyboard, will I? Let's just go. Actually, power saving, normal, optimal. What is optimal? So if we click normal,
granted, my opinions are probably worth about $0, which is okay. I'm all right.
Performance. They're all quiet. This one is not quiet.
But you should not spend a dime.
Oh, it's more quiet.
On anything
oh. Yeah, I don't really care about the quiet. It's noisy though, so it's audible. Right. So let's if we default this, yes. Or actually, let's go to the advanced one. This one is very limited.
And if your company won't pay for it, your company doesn't value your education, and you should not pay
so
for it.
now I can use my keys.
Right?
So,
there is too much free information.
Optimize defaults, F5. Load, yes. And then we need to go to virtualization and enable that.
And I'll give you a syllabus out of whatever SANS course you want and give you a list of YouTube videos that exist out there and you can go learn from that.
Oh gosh, just a sec here. I have to.
you wanna blow $8,000? Blow it here. We'll take that money. We'll we'll turn it around. We'll give it back to the community, and I'll give you a list of things that you can go watch on YouTube completely for free that'll teach you 100 times better than any Sans course will. In this day and age,
had to at least thumbs up that one. Right?
day and age, the job economy that exists today,
Full screen preview.
there is no cert, zero cert.
He's really going hard on the cert, people. I don't have any certs. So let's see here.
No cert, zero cert, not OSCP, not SANS, not SEC Plus, not CEH. Nothing.
So
there is no cert.
I'm kind of thinking boot is not what we want, right? But I think I clicked by mistake automatic overclocking somewhere. But we should have fixed that with the defaults. So let's just go and find the CPU configuration.
If you're trying to beat the hiring game,
virtualization here, we need to enable this. Internal virtualization. I think that's the only one this old computer has, like, useful. Because also we're looking for a better one, right? But so I don't know if there's the back. It probably has. Probably can escape. Yeah, I'm kind of good with this. Let's just F10, I guess. And save. And we'll see if it works better than Praxmax. So we don't need to watch the screen again. So it's starting. Let's see if it stopping twice now. Because every time I start this one, it always does it twice, like that. I'm imagining that's reconfiguring it with auto overclock. And now I should have disabled it, hopefully. If it doesn't, I'll have to go and check it manually again. I don't remember where the option was. Wasn't purposefully there.
Because of a list of certs, you are failing the job search process.
I saw that. Though I saw it tiny, not like you did.
Everybody has certs.
It's in my little, on my little screen on the side, in a little window.
Zero-sum game. Because at some point in time, everybody has CEH. At some point in time, everybody has OSCP. Right? There are only so many people who can have a cert before everybody has the cert.
I missed the start of that.
The market will eventually dry up. The market of people who buy certs will either run out or people will realize that those certs aren't getting them jobs.
I'm cheating today, but this is tummy medicine, right? Tummy medicine. So my tummy's not 100% yet, but I ate pizza yesterday. At the meetup. I wasn't right. The audio was not on. I was in a Hexabox meetup yesterday. So I kind of went from being sick to just I have to do this, you know.
To make education affordable for everybody. But yet they sold out because they realized that there's no money to be had as the cert game starts to dry up.
So let's see. Let's see if this one started. Right keyboard. Oh, that was so close. My glass went into the floor because this is so stretched, this cable. Ah, that was close. I caught it. On the side like this. You need those quick reactions.
Want to come over and see if you can get my failed M.2 drive to work?
Ah, okay. So I watch a podcast from someone who makes a tool to kind of fix hard drives and SSDs and stuff. So maybe that one works. Or watch a podcast. Did I say that? Listen to? Um, it's called Spinrite. I actually checked the price the other day. I don't know if it could help. So.
We had a citywide power surge / outage on Tuesday. I went home to stream. OMG. Drive cannot initialize. Rebooted. Drive gone.
Okay. So the power outage, did it come with spikes or did it just the computer die in the middle of stuff? So if it's just corrupt data, you know.
Yep, 3 spikes twice.
Oh. Yeah. So I have a motherboard that I'm thinking of maybe looking at because it's not working right. Actually, let's grab it and see if we can see anything on it.
Probably have to boot to Linux and fix it.
Yeah, do that. Do that. So I'm gonna go on the impulse today, and the impulse is to pull this Proxmox server out of the HDMI converter and plug in the microscope, and we'll see if my camera dies. It shouldn't, I think, because I'm not unplugging the HDMI converter. So now we should have, instead of that screen, we should have a test image until I plug in the power for the microscope. Let's see. Click. And I'm just gonna grab the motherboard that's dead. Oh gosh, I thought there was like not a lot of things in here, but last time, obviously I thought, well, let's clean stuff out, right? Because, it's on. So, maybe this is useful, but this, it's not useful, right? I need to get rid of this, it's taking space. Oh, this is horrible. Let's just... So let's just get rid out of this out of the room because I don't want this anymore. If it worked perfectly, but it doesn't. So oh no, it's hardly carbonated even. Because I'm trying to be nice to my tummy, and that's my tummy medicine, right? Right? Oh, right, this bag. This is stuff I want to get rid of. Let's put it there. Yeah, that one is actually useful. So. So here's a manual for the motherboard. Yeah, I shouldn't move very much. I do have a... My tummy's not perfect yet. There. This motherboard probably have the same kind of shock your card, your M2 had. So I was thinking someday I'll check it out, right? And now I'm thinking, can we see anything? Can we see anything, right? This is in the way. So Daniel's Discord. So, oh, this is Dusty. So, what happened to this board? Can we see anything? Is it the processor or the board that's dead? So this is a nice motherboard. I'd love to get it working. And this is... Having something edible or drinkable on the table at the same time as I undustify this thing. No. I guess if we're going to look at this, we would remove this. But I guess we start looking at the bottom, right? So I imagine we can't see a thing and that there's nothing to do, but we have not looked yet, right? So I'm going to preview this so I can see too. You inspired me. You inspired me to actually do this. So the bottom side. Okay, I'm turning it and probably got a bit of a bad connection there. I love the soapboxes, Neil's soapboxes. So here we have some ships, making sure that everything looks okay here. The components. I mean, something must have broken. Is it visible? Then we might be able to like fix it. If it's not visible, you know, we can't fix that. So So we looked at these, right? So are we here? I'm like over here. Yeah, that's where we are. Okay, we're like half the board, so you don't have to worry if we're doing this all day, because these are just connectors. So what if we aim for this here with my finger? So if you can't see anything, you know, it's just that. So so this board is dead, and it's a nice motherboard that I would like to have working. So I'm thinking if I can see something that's bad, then we have an opportunity to fix something. If we can't see anything, then it's kind of like not a big chance to be able to fix it, right? So let's actually. Oh, I'm sorry. This is so. But let's just dust it off. And there's always the opportunity or the possibility that things just work when you test them again. So we can always think of that too. You know, there's the risk of. No, it's just black. It's just dead. Nothing. No power. So that's also one reason I'm thinking it might be visible, because, you know, it's quite a bad error, right? It's a quite big bug. I shouldn't be have my face this close. Let's go out a bit there. Oh. So did I pull the cable out? No, it's just black. Oh, it's my pants. Okay, they're black. They're quite black. So I turned it over, but this is a big thing here, right? So I'm kind of thinking we should remove it so we can see better. So, how are you, Nori? Everything good? So we need to get the fan off to be able to get the screws off. So this fan, there seems to be like torque screws here. We'll see. Actually, I'm going to zoom with my phone because the angle is not good for the microscope. Oh, Nori, tell me what happened. What happened? Tell me. Seriously? So let's look at what screws do we have here. Okay, okay. Do that. So, is it the Torx or what is this? It doesn't look like a Torx. It looks possibly like a 6. So that's just the plastical. We're looking at the one beneath. Let's turn the lights off. My god, this is dark. So let's see here. Could it be a bad Torx that? Let's feel it. Audio test. Plastic or metal? I mean, it feels plasticky. So it's very stable, right? And very dusty. Very, very dusty. Let's do a better angle here. Yeah, this can be real close. Come on, I had it there. So, no? Okay, a bit up. And zoom in. That doesn't look very much like. Doesn't look like something you could use to unscrew, does it? So, oh, it's just like this. That's odd. I thought it was both. Okay, so it's just snapped on there. And it's extremely dirty, and I can't see anything goes on. So, always keep track of what you're doing, right? So even if it's a broken motherboard. Gosh, how did they even get this in there? Can I zoom? So it's stuck between the connector here. Yeah, so there's no way of me getting that out without flipping the stripes. Because it's folded, so it's very, very bulky, and it's not flexible because it's held in place. So I got that one out. Now I can get the next one there. So actually a long one here. So this we like photograph there. So we never forget that. So, and very, very dirty. This feels like the wrong screwdriver for this. So where are my bigger ones? Oh, you can do flats too. Let's use this one. Never use the flat ones. They're always free. So this is kind of the perfect thing to do when you're listening to something at the same time, right? Because it's no brain thing. Right, let's actually medium this because you can't see it, right? So there. So there. Very nice cooling for something that can fit with us. So this one, it's a nice thing. So I have my laptop on the trash bin. So we're going to fix OBS in this one. That's one of the things I need to do today. So, but I need the trash bin now. So it's a good extra table. So I have thought about getting another cheap motherboard from AliExpress for this processor, and then we would know which is the problem, you know? So dried bits of goo. Oh gosh, it really, it's really dirty. Can you see the color difference? Ah. So let's look at that. So, okay. Let's check all the things here and see if this is actually. What? Okay. Okay, so you sent me a message? Maybe on Discord. I don't have that up when I'm streaming. So let's actually search for these. Or should we just grab an image? So let's rotate this so it's a bit straighter. Yeah. It took me a second to understand that was Discord. Thank you, Nori. I will check it. So there, let's actually do a print screen of this. Where's my keyboard? It's on the floor. I should have more desk space, right? So if I click this image and then we LGR print screen this. So, and then we have the actual preview of it, like I draw. And I need my keyboard to paste. Now I can actually paste without my keyboard. I just never do it. There's a paste. Come on, paste. So there we have it. Good. No. What do I want really? This, I think. And I want to preview again so I can see. There. So. These are really hard to push. That one did it. Can I do the other one? Yeah. So there. So cool. So first thing, I guess we look at this. I don't think we can see anything wrong with this, but well, We do have the microscope, right? So this is what it looks like.
What the fuck is vibe hacking? Yeah. So, vibe coding is where you sit down with an LLM and you're like, hey, I'd like to build a web app. And so then ChatGPT or Claude or somebody like that.
Why is it still blurry?
For a website or a web app. And then you're like, well, I'd like for it to do this. And then you let.
So this is what it looks like. It's all smooth. Nothing except for these to connect. That's kind of cool, right? So no pens, no special thingy. So maybe I should be a bit careful with it in case it's not that. Or maybe I'll just put it like normally, just in the middle of stuff, right? Then we have the other cool thing, where it was, right? So actually I'm going to put it back because I'm going to be dusting this off a bit. Yeah. So if I leave that off and I dust it all and all the dust falls in there, yeah, you know. So yeah, so I realized why this one was too hard when this one wasn't closed, because you need to do that one first. Because this one tightens it. So there. Now we can like dust this off without stuff falling in the way. There's actually plastic on this. Is it? Now I'm curious. Oh, it's actually a sticker there with the text on it. Why would they have this as a sticker when everything else is printed? So this thing, I don't think we can move, right? Yeah, we can. So let's do it. So yeah, this one is on there. Yeah, it's quite stuck still. No, there. So it's cooling these ships here. So it's quite dirty on the sides. Do AI. Do AI. So I just want to be able to see all the components as much as possible for this and see if we can see anything that's wrong with it, right? So I don't think I will find anything. I'm just curious. And right now I'm thinking I need to like dust this off a little bit because it's hard to see. So I'm thinking we'll connect this board. We'll grab some new paste for the processor later, and we'll actually try and stock it too after cleaning everything up. So I'm just dusting it over the trash bin. I wish I had some air, but I don't. So it'll have to be brush style. And if it's bad for static electricity, then it's already dead, you know? So I don't think it is very static, this. Gosh, so much dust. Hi! So I'm just brushing off this motherboard that's dead. I don't have any air, so pressured air. So I have to do it like this. So we can see if we can find any errors. If there's anything visible, we might be able to fix it. If there's nothing visible, we're going to still try to start it and see if we can get it to live. Or if we're just lucky, you know? Maybe there was some bad dust that connected something. So yeah, I see better with these, but it's not like always. It's very annoying because I see my screen's worse. Yeah, I don't think there's any more dust on it. So let's see. So now we can check the board a bit. See if we see anything that looks odd. Yeah, as I said, it's quite a nice motherboard. This I was a little bit sad because it died, and I didn't even know how good it was. And then I realized how good it was, and I was like, not mentionable words on stream, right? So, because I bought this, all my computers I buy them used. So if we have something odd with electricity here, Yeah, so we have of course already. I know that this board had a bit of a heat thing, and also it had I think it finally died when I had the box open, so I might have staticified it somehow. And yeah, if you have any suggestions, so I just thought this looked a bit funny. Where was it? So let's see there. It's just not very clear to see, is it? Let's go closer. So I love having the microscope on this arm because I can really look. This is the only thing that looks a bit odd. What if I turn it sideways here? And go a bit closer still. So where is the thing? So it might just be the light, you know, and the angle that looks funny. Yeah, it's probably good. So this is very tiny. That looks a bit odd. I'm like, what to do if it looks odd? So yeah, we'll have to continue the microscope. Let's zoom. So let's see now. Hi. Thank you, Jackson. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're doing a very random odd streamer today. I hope you feel better. Did you go to the doctors? How are you doing? Tell me. So this is a motherboard. I'm like I want this to be alive. I don't want it to be dead. So I wanted to like, can we see anything that's off? Maybe we even need to be closer. Not that I would be able to fix it, maybe, but if we can see something that's definitely odd. So back to where I was here. I think that looks a bit funny. So we should really check like stuff that has to do with power, I guess, because it's really not alive. Okay. Yeah, of course I will show up the stream. Both of them, right? So I'm curious to see what else you will do on your stream but playing games. So of course here, everybody. Follow. I don't have a keyboard. I'm getting my keyboard. There. So I don't even know if anyone's in here with this on the stream, but let's do a shout out. I like your name, by the way. Jigsaw Full Trades. Ah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so follow Jax. He works at Check the Box and make real cool streams there. And he also streams himself. And I'm very curious what he will think of. He's just starting out, so I'm interested to see what you do. And hope you feel better, even better than now. I hope you got rid of the fever. So, what was your message? I have to read it. I'm going to be starting. Yeah. Yeah, and I usually don't have something on in the background, so this is an exception. So we have Neil's stream on in the background for now. If you can hear it, yeah, you should be able to. What happened now? All right, right. I have to do this. There, that's where we're going. So let's go microscope. So this is kind of a thing that I need to know if I should throw this out, right? I guess I should have already. But it's such a nice motherboard. And maybe either the motherboard or the processor are okay. And I guess these look similar to the other one, right? But they're not exactly the same. This one over here, if I can find my finger, this one looked a bit funny to me. But these looks okay. But they're still... So, if you know anything about fixing dead motherboards, help. So we have 8 slots for RAM on this. And I don't know exactly what's wrong, but it doesn't light up anything. So we have so many slots here too. The power buttons. So let's see if I can pull this a bit. So we're all over almost the end of the board here. What's that? So what's that? So it's too tiny really to be seen. I'm like, where am I even? Like here? Oh, I think I can see it. Let's see. So, tweezer, see if I can just grab this. That didn't work very well. These are tiny. Oh, there it is. I mostly wanted to see if it was like metal or just random dirt. Anyway, I don't want random dirt on there, right? So. So I need my keyboard. Or rather that. Oh, I can't see anything with those on with normal stuff. Only when it's close, I need the glasses, you know? Old people glasses. Although my dad and my sister has glasses, so maybe I'm like earlier. Let's see. Oh, I don't understand those numbers. So here we have the processor here. So here we have the chips that have the heat shield thingy on. So we need to clean these off. I don't have any new sticky thing, so we'll have to use the old one. Maybe I should have that, like, laying around. So it will start to, however, you know. If it starts, maybe we should grab a new one. So this is really dusty still. So this is so tiny. So what I'm thinking is that the dirt might be bad, you know? But mostly that I can't see. It looks dirty. What's that? Not that it matters, but this is good. So if you're not hearing Neil, I'll go up the volume. If I'm looking serious, it's because his words.
And it clicked for me, chat. Like, no bullshit. He said that to me, and that day, I committed. I was never gonna have another drop of alcohol ever again. It was a very real moment. Hands down, chat. Hands down. And I've never looked back. Never looked back. And if you know me, if you've been around this stream for a while, you know I love my bourbon, love my whiskey, love my red wine, love to go out and have red wine and steak. Haven't so much as looked back from it. Not a day. 2.5 years alcohol free. So
yeah, so I can see this on the board.
I think that plus,
yes, I imagine we won't see anything, you know, that's off. Because, you know, it's not like it started burning or anything.
To have the body changes that I've had,
but it's still nice
that it
to
has
look
contributed
at
to my
it, to
success and my
see
body
that
being
we
able to
can't
process
see
cancer
anything.
drugs.
Because that would have been
You know, I'm good.
nice to have
I'm
some
good.
component to
I love it.
change that was like bad.
I'm happy. I'm happy to
So
be
the
here.
angle of
I'm
this
happy
now,
to be
I'm gonna have to move it
But
closer
listen,
actually.
like I always
Then
say,
I
like
can
I
have it
appreciate everybody who
straight.
stuck around through the
So,
last 2.5 years. I know it was a really rough road, especially streaming wise. I told you guys it was gonna be a rough road streaming wise. Um, you know, I'm glad to be
so
back streaming.
let's see here.
I'm glad to have the support of the community, those who've stuck around, those who came, you know, while we were going through the struggles. You guys have been amazing, and you know, you guys have definitely been a rock for me to lean on, and I truly appreciate it. Hence the reason why we continue to raise money for the Melanoma Research Foundation as well. I saw this one. I wanted to drop this one in chat from Fracas Wow. So we're gonna pivot again. So grab onto the side. We're gonna pivot around. We're gonna turn the car sharp turn to the left. This is bullshit. I'm a MSc cybersecurity grad with experience in internships. I actively engage in platforms like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, where I refine my skills, and I'm immense to myself in this domain at every opportunity. And after 6 months of applying for entry-level jobs, I got 0 reply.
We're going to continue checking. We're like at the end of the board. So I'm just going to go check on my kids quickly and then I'll be back. So I'll be right back. Just checking on the kids.
This job market is hot freaking garbage.
Right. I need to mute my mic, otherwise you will hear me talking to them.
This strategy is a strategy I preached that would have worked 5 years ago. This strategy doesn't work today. And again, I go back to, if you're not changing your job search strategies as the world changes around you, then you're not actually interested in finding a job. The world is going to change around you. The way that you find jobs is going to change. The way that you have to put yourself out there is going to change. If you are not adapting to the way that the job market is working out there today, then that's what's causing the frustration. It's not bullshit. It's that the enemy, the hiring managers, have changed their TTPs, and you have not. You have not. What is the way now? The way is networking. Listen, if I put a job out on a job board today and I get 4,000 people applying for that job, I put a stat out on that 1,000 Connect video that Beardsec just dropped in there. Less than 7% of the people who apply for a job on LinkedIn actually get hired through that Apply Now button. Right? And again, for right or wrong, I told you I was at dinner with a CISO, a VP of Security Architecture, and a SOC manager on Wednesday, someday this week. Right? They're asking me to give them introductions to people that they want to hire on their team. They're not putting up job ads because they know that it's a useless endeavor to put up a job posting. You know when they'll put up a job posting? So I got them intro to a member of the community who I thought was fit for a role they were asking me to help them with. That person's had 2 interviews, and after my dinner on Wednesday, there's a likelihood that they're going to pursue.
So one of my kids, he's about to wake up.
When they make that decision,
and my other kid,
they'll put the job posting up so they can tell this candidate to go apply for that job.
Yeah, we talked about food. I'm actually going to grab one of these.
That's how it's working these days. That is how it's working these days.
So I'm thinking what to do now. Should we just get some new paste on there? Yeah, I think I will actually look. I think we might have some air to make this a bit cleaner, right? Because you can't.
Right? I'm not looking for a job. I love it at Query. We're going to the moon, baby. But I can
This is quite nice.
tell you that if
And actually, I noticed it was quite.
This fact of life right now.
I don't usually eat these because they're too sweet. But now, when I was a bit sick, this is like an easy, nice thing.
This is reality.
Let's check the last bit.
Listen, and here's why. And I'll go back and I'll say it before.
So we're almost at the corner here. So last corner. And this one is also like.
Job seekers in the market today.
So why are these
in cyber than there ever has been?
gooey?
Supply is up. When supply goes up, demand goes down.
3 of the corners at least have those.
Right? When supply goes up, I'm no longer going to the grocery store. I'm going to the specialized market. I'm going to go to the farmer's
So I'm going to go thinking a bit
logically
about this too. Bias.
Because there's a ton of specialized talent on the market.
So do we have 2 biases maybe that we can switch? Bias 1.
Thank you. Testament from the field.
So back up.
Those of you who are sitting around going, Neil is full of shit today. Thank you for the testament from the field.
What?
Right?
Yeah.
I've gotten my last 3 jobs from
a little lad there.
From connections I only knew in person. Even at my current place, when we have an opening, we hit so many bots and deepfakes.
Yeah, so there's so many components underneath there too. But if we go for the power, this is where we get the power in, right? So if it has something to do with the power, it's possible that it is close here.
You're listening to dumbass fucking influencers on the internet who are like, do these 3 resume tips to guarantee you'll end up in a recruiter's inbox today. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Another lad. So I'm thinking we'll connect power. And we'll think about what else we need to connect to get it started. Maybe there's not much more.
Guarantee you'll get a job. Bullshit.
Of course, we need to attach the processor first, right, again. So I kind of cleaned up the processor a little bit with just paper. So it looks very, very clean, the surface. But I'm gonna get some... we could also, like, isopropanol the whole thing.
I'm telling you, some of you, I want you to go find a brick wall.
So this one actually also has screws. So let's take it off. By the way, you can't see, right? So this one, this heat sink here also has screws. So let's remove that one too.
That networking is how you're going to get a job in today's space.
This is not a good screwdriver for this, but they're not tightly screwed on. So
joking, of course. T's and C's and blah 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 blah. Joking, of course.
So let's just make sure that all the things we can do, we did.
Right?
And then we will see if there's any difference, you know?
Go touch grass. Go talk to people. Go make meaningful connections on the world. Build those connections. And go do awesome stuff. Meetups. That's also when I say B-Sides KC. Right? All that stuff. as much as you can. This is not the time to be leaving a job if you have one, right? This is not the time to be leaving a job if you have one. And if you're looking for a job, you should set your expectations ridiculously low. And you should go out there and make
I'm
as many
just
friends
sending a
as
message there.
Please.
So there. Let's grab the last one.
What's your advice for math suckies and to advance in the field? I suck at it also. Go make friends with people like eCurve. Make sure that they're your closest friends so they can do all the math stuff for you.
There. So we have the scripts with all the thingies. And I'm assuming, yeah. So this one.
Let's see here. Where do you get your latest news from? X or Reddit?
I'm grabbing that isopropanol.
X and Reddit, honestly. Show a list of your opinion of the best channels to start in cybersecurity. Cyber and security. Cyber and security is the only best channel. There you go. Don't promote anybody else's stuff. Go make your own assessment. Let's real quick, just on that topic, right? Think about how I want to say this.
So, let's say this one is kind of out.
What works for me does not work for you.
It's like the tiniest little bit at the bottom there.
Right? What works for me does not work for you.
Let's do this. We'll spray the whole thing.
There is no best.
But first we can just like...
Let's start with that. There is no best.
Drop there.
If you put best in front of everything, you're already starting on the wrong foot. There is no best.
Here.
Right? And I'll say that about cyber and security, right? Like, I think cyber and security is the best. Right? I unequivocally think cyber and security is the best, which is why I've continued to do it for 5 years. So do a lot of people who are still here years later.
So I'm gonna spray the whole board.
In cybersecurity,
so we're going to give it a shot.
And I love every single one of them. Right?
So that's shiny now.
But there is somebody better.
We're going to look with a microscope too, though.
There will always be somebody better. I'm not the best, and I know that.
Yeah, I need to grab more stuff.
As you can tell. Right? And so, the first thing I would encourage you to do is to get best out of your vocabulary. Get best out of your vocabulary. You have to find what works for you. And you have to curate your knowledge.
Yeah, I guess I need to remove all of this.
And this goes for training,
right.
This goes for search.
And this is also like old.
Right?
Let's see if I can't avoid breaking that.
Brian as an instructor, but I may not like Brian's instructor style. And so while he may be super smart at teaching the content he teaches, I just don't like the way he drones on and is super pedantic about bullshit in his teaching. And so I just can't learn from him. Obviously, I'm joking, just giving you an example. So I say all that to say,
this is hard. It's not soft anymore. It's falling to bits, but it's super hard. So I use my nail to scrape stuff off. I don't need to get it all.
Like, this is why I hate those
and also I'm trying to... This black foam is also falling apart a bit.
Fuck you, you're just looking for click links.
So I'm trying not to break that too much. So a little bit more on both.
You want to make a list? Go take a personality test and say, if you're an ENFJ think you're slightly ADHD and maybe a tad bit autistic, these channels work for me. You see how much, like, now I can look at that and go like, I know what an ENFJ is. I'm probably a little bit ADHD. I probably got too much caffeine in my body, so that maybe I'm just a tad bit autistic. Let's go check out some of those channels. Instead of hunting for clicks by saying, here are the top 10 YouTube channels that exist out there. See how stupid that is?
So, we'll just put some normal paste on there. It kind of looks funny though.
So, remove best.
Like it's scratched. But that doesn't matter. So, just want to show you how shiny it is really. It's very shiny now. So now I can see the rest of the dirt over there, right?
You should always be growing your network. You should always be growing your network.
Well, it doesn't really matter, but we can check the components here now. They were underneath.
I would argue.
So trying not to tip over the bowl. So let's just check this area too, which is not very dirty because I didn't clean here with a brush.
I mean, the beginning of the career I think is pretty self-explanatory. Does anybody understand why I say that it's super important when you're a senior executive? In a security org.
Is this it? Where are we?
In a relative
all the way over there?
Org,
okay.
How many people with 0
that was so close to my food.
Percentage-wise, typically make up a security org, right? Probably 30 to 40%, right? Maybe 50%.
Yeah, so let's put it back in the same order we removed it, right? So let's start with this one.
Do you know how many people, how many security orgs? Do you know how many?
So some parts, we have 3 here. This, would be that ship, right?
Do you know how many director of security operations roles are at most organizations? 1. Do you know how many directors of GRC are at an organization? 1.
So I want to know where to put it before we do.
At the senior executive level,
and I guess if I just
a pool of candidates.
Yeah, of course it has to be with that one. This is in the way now.
Right, so I would argue those of you who are at the entry level spot of the world, while it may feel like you don't have an advantage, you're competing for 5, 6, 7, 10, 79 in the case of this one that we saw on Reddit this morning, roles. At the senior executive level, there's 1 role that you're competing for. And so it is critically important that you network the higher up you get in the food chain.
So I can't find the scroll holes.
You are in the best position to get that role.
Oh, I know why. Because I had it upside down.
So yes, absolutely. Please continue your network. All right, let's do a couple more.
There. That's where they go. So now I know where it's supposed to be. Size, place-wise. I'm just gonna grab some. So if it's dead, I'm wasting this, but it'll probably still be dead because we didn't do anything. But I should have done this when it had heat problems, but that was years ago. It's been dead for years, this. So it is, you can find the spot. So this, and this.
My personality, my brain.
So I'm just gonna.
And the internet.
It's just had a bit of a squishy thing there before. We're doing this instead. That's too much. I don't really care now, right? Good enough.
What's the good word? How was golf last weekend?
So, holes.
As with sometimes it happens in my job, It was a failure to execute last weekend, so I did not do as well as I'd hoped I'd do. Failure to execute. Callie, good to see you as always, buddy. My most favorite intern to give shit to.
So let's see here.
Do you think that cyber is going to be targeted more by AI and automation since cyber doesn't guarantee money and cost of business? Absolutely. But here's the thing.
So I did say I would do it all with
every business is
isopropanol, right?
susceptible to efficiency gains.
I didn't.
Think about that for a second. Every business,
Let's do the rest of it.
every job, every
I don't want to
function
waste that.
in an organization, every function in an organization is susceptible to efficiency gains. What does that mean? That means that if I can make a part of the business more efficient,
I'm not doing these
I
tightly.
will look
They
for
have
ways
feathers too.
to make that part of the business more efficient, more cost effective for the business. Which means I will look for tools, people, or processes which will make the business
So
more
I can still
efficient.
do these tighter, a few of
That has
them
nothing to do with
by
cyber.
hand.
That has nothing to do with technology.
That's probably good
nothing
enough.
to do with AI.
So I need to go and I will actually
Everything
try
to
to
do
clean
with
this with
Business
the
101.
bathtub. So you'll still hear me.
If I can get 160 hours out of work
No. Yeah,
out of an
I unmuted.
individual who's
Unlike
only
you, didn't I
working 40
unmute?
hours a week, that's good for business.
So
Some of you who have,
bathtub will become dirty.
mindsets may not like that answer too much. But if I can get 160 hours worth of work out of a 40-hour work week, I have tripled.
In this world, you never know what you
Oh, sorry about that.
What in the hell?
I can't do anything. Oh my god. Oh, this is so dusty.
Jag heter Camilla Läckberg. Jag är 4-barnsmamma först av allt.
You got a Swedish ad.
Funkar inte riktigt när man är
Well, the sound only.
Smartast av alla syskon, snyggast av alla syskon.
Mamma, jag älskar dig.
Läckberg. Premiär 1 april på Viaplay och TV3.
Icing?
I'm going back.
Tjenare! Hur är läget?
So let's see here. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm gonna mute. Because it's actually 2 more minutes of ads. So we still have to clean this. And I was thinking of spraying it all, So let's open the new bottle. Dusty. There. Let's start with putting a little on there. Just I'm like bending this. Sorry, going for the trash bin here. Let's get some paper instead. So the most of it is like gone. So, oopsie. could do this instead. Didn't even get any. Yeah. So oh, we back here.
But in that same token, right? If you
Over 2 minutes of ads. So there.
are like, well, fuck the
And
business.
this one
I'm gonna work 2
I
hours, get
didn't
paid for
actually
40.
do with this,
You
but
can't be pissed when the business is like, fuck, I don't have to pay you for 40 when you're really only doing 2 hours. Get out of my business. You can't be mad about that.
so I'm actually going to spray it all, meaning we will probably not start it today, depending on the time. But I would also do, you know, a security limit. So I'm going to spray it a bit for here.
Go get your money. What I'm telling you is be
Let's
realistic
see.
with yourself.
There, now it's
When you get laid
actually.
off because they found out you only do 2 hours worth of work, don't be mad at the business for making a business decision. You made a decision to only give 2 hours worth of value and take 38 hours worth of free pay. You know? I have strong feelings on this, right? I have strong feelings all the way
So
around.
this dries quickly, but if I put it like in a place where it's, yeah, so whatever is falling off here is kind of clean.
Have gotten away with
So
treating employees like shit for way too long.
So it is.
And
It's
I think
currently
employees have
dripping.
taken advantage of companies for way too long. Right? I believe both of those things can and are true.
So I'm
I
gonna
think
do
that
this
it is
bottom
circular
edge
and
there
they have
to
fed
plus
each
the top.
other this
I'm not spraying
toxicity
into the
for
USBs and
literally
stuff.
decades. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has
And
been fans of everyone
I
else for
did
literally
not
decades.
spray before we removed that.
Right? What I'm telling you is set your expectations in reality, right? If you're worried that your 2 hours
Yeah,
of
so
work
what we need to do
value
more
is being replaced
carefully,
with
it's
automation,
these.
don't be surprised when automation comes for you and you're laid off because of
So
automation.
just first.
Don't be surprised. You, yes, you did not make yourself valuable to the enterprise. If you're genuinely
so
worried
alcohol
about AI
fumes.
taking your job,
Not very
because
nice.
you only do 2 hours of work in a 40-hour work week, you solely, your personality, you on the other end of this camera, you are not making yourself valuable to the enterprise. Not the enterprise.
So
you are not doing it.
Yeah, so that's kind of like what we can do.
It is your responsibility to show the business that for what they pay you, they are getting their money's worth. It's your responsibility.
Trying to do whatever I can to
pay you what they choose to pay you. There's no law, there's
So-
no mandate, there's no workers union like there is in Europe. Right? Businesses don't have a requirement to do that. You have a requirement to prove your value to the enterprise. Tiny soapbox. I usually like to end on a good soapbox. Jason Miller over in LinkedIn chat. Good to see you, buddy. All right, let's talk about next week really fast. Next week we do have Sec Data Ops, and we got Team of the Hacker next week. I want to give a huge thank you to our new subs. Blood Pain starting with Prime. Thank you so very much. Blood Pain also with the $25 donation to the Melanoma Research Foundation. Thank you all so very much for your subs today. Thank you all so very much for your donations to the Melanoma Research Foundation. I truly do appreciate it. That money does not go to me. That money goes directly to the Melanoma Research Foundation. We do have...
So, there's like a...
Make sure you're in Discord.
Here, on here.
Step 1. Before you leave today,
Can
before
happen.
you sign off for the day, make sure you're in Discord.
Silver.
Step 2, make sure you go into the giveaways channel. You have notifications turned on for the giveaways channel.
So
step 3 is I'm going to be
it's
dropping
already
the
drying, as you can see.
Try Hack Me giveaway
So
deadlift into the giveaways channel today for 3 Try Hack Me vouchers.
we're going to put this one back on here.
We're going to have a conversation internally.
So
We're going to talk with Jason. We're going to figure out the rules around his
this way.
wrap idea.
I'm gonna go
Because we will be
spray
giving
this a
away
bit here.
a Sans course as part of that. So make sure you are paying attention to that. Right? We do have Sec Data Ops next Thursday. Surprise guest. You'll see it on socials, which does remind me, make sure you have all notifications turned on for socials. While I do have scheduled streams, whenever Carmen is out of town, whenever I'm bored at night, or if it's raining and I can't go to the driving range or I can't be out on the golf course, I have been known to randomly stream.
So
it freaks Brian out because he's usually chilling at home on his couch with a good book and his old man glasses and his old man gray beard, reading a book on world history, and he sees a notification on his phone that I'm gone streaming, and I either get 1 or 2 responses. Holy shit, I gotta go help Neil, or fuck that asshole. I don't know which one it'll be, but who knows? But I may start streaming randomly. So you want to have those notifications turned on so you know when I go streaming.
So this is a bit broken. I don't have any new. So I'm kind of thinking that let's make sure it's compact at least.
For an awesome Friday. I'm super excited to get started
I think
with my
that did
day
it.
here today. Go do some awesome stuff at Query.
So I wiped it up with isopropyl too. So it is very sticky now.
You kicked ass on another week.
So no, there was lots of dust on the side. Yeah, I can still see it.
Friday an awesome frickin' Friday. Go do some awesome shit today. I love you. Y'all stay awesome. And remember, whether you're on the red side or the blue side or still deciding,
so
keep learning, and I'll see you.
Oh, I'm not quick enough on that. So, kinda. This one has 2 screws that are here, and the other one. What did I do? We need both. So this is a laptop's mouse. So did it fall on the floor? No. Can't see anything. Nothing there. And these are the stripes. Let's throw them out. We have 1 screw, so I could just grab another similar, but that would take more time. I don't want to waste time on that. Okay, lifting everything up. So that's very odd. That's very odd. So I'd like to put this back now because I don't want anything to get dirty. And this is the direction of it. So let's start with putting this one back. Oh, it's here. It's stuck there. So we have both. So maybe this was a bit magnetic then. So, because I was like, the only thing that was close was this. But I lifted it, I moved it, and it didn't fall off. So we're tightening that rubbery, spongy pad. More rubbery than spongy. These I'm doing kind of tightly. So I should have gotten a new screwdriver there. So I think I need some isopropanol too. Right. Yeah, let's put the old lid on that one. So this will dry for a bit, but it will kind of quickly be dried. But I'm kind of thinking we'll put some paste on the processor too. And let's just test putting this back first. So this way, and it is symmetrical, so this the end doesn't matter. Though I can see this is the dirty side. It's still, if you look on the side, you see this is where the fan was. So, and I have the fan over here, which is still very dirty. So I'm just gonna brush that off if I can see where I put the brush. Like blind here. So where? There. I mean, if I can't see it, there's only one spot left, right? Underneath. So I might even put these things in the water. Like, since I don't have a lot of electronics in this, it will probably survive fine. But then you'd have to let it dry for a long time too. So when I worked at Electronic Arts, there was lots of coking keyboards. Yeah, lots of very, very dirty keyboards. So I just put them in the sink and let the water go for a bit in a big sink. And then I let them dry for a good time, and then they were perfectly good again. So not the high-tech ones though, I guess. So this is just very dusty. I don't want to get the dust on the desk, so trash bin it is. It doesn't have to be perfect. Especially since this probably is going in the trash, right? I don't think it will work, but it's a kind of nice tiny project to do when I'm feeling like a bit lazy. So the fan, so this is dirty. I want it to fall on the motherboard now. So I don't think there's any like static electricity at all in this brush. If it is, that's not good, right? But so let's see. This can be like folded both ways. And I don't really think it matters much. So you tighten this too. Yeah, and there's like a spot for that in the middle of this here. So let's put it in. Oh, look. One of them doesn't have the thingy left. Interesting. Oh, now we know where it was, right? Now we know it was like this. So let's put this back the way it was. Like that. And these will go like this. Yeah. So just have to put some goo on there first. So the theory of this, you know, gosh, I'm gonna like finish this thing. I don't know if it's enough. We'll see. Maybe it is. It's starting to run out, definitely. Let's see. Let's just make sure that it feels like slightly enough. So I would just put the blob on there, right? But I want to make sure it's like slightly good enough. And that is not as big as this ship. So I'm gonna put some more on there. I just want to spread this out a little bit. I don't think that's enough anyway. So will this run out? Yeah, it's more now. So I don't really like putting it this wide.
Goaku says.
Happy Friday. Time to fix it, fix it.
Yeah, we'll see if we can fix this. Yeah. I'm not so sure because we didn't find anything wrong with it. So probably it won't work. But we can always try, you know? And I need to get more of that because I think that was like out. So how are you, Gaku? I'm not up for any move it today, so you know. So there. So, oh yeah, it was more than enough. I thought that it was kind of thick, whatever I had on there, you know. Yeah, it's going out all the directions. And we don't even know if this processor is dead or not. So I think it's okay to have a bit of extra on there. So the question is how tight to go with these. They should definitely be not falling out now at least, right? So 3 of them actually pulled the thing that was on the motherboard out, except for this one. So I have that one to compare with. So let's say we couldn't move it before. So should we wait? I still have to get stuff, right? And this is still a bit dirty, whatever. Let's put this back. Oh? Oh. Well, So we're not gonna start it soon because for some reason there's some goo here. So this has been used as a paintbrush, obviously, right? So I'm painting everything with watercolors. So I'll put this back. I'm just curious how much is in there, but still I don't think it's much. So how's your Friday, Gaki, so far? Is it going good? Oh, I'm warm from this. So it is actually 28.7 in here. So it's 16.5 outside. So still dirty here. Yeah, let's put the fan back. So it was like, are these screws? No, we don't like have anything to screw. So we started looking at the microscope with those. That's what we did first. And yeah, got rid of the cables. So will this fit if I do that? Yeah, so let's grab some stripes. I'm just getting them from probably should have the door open for a bit. Lights can help. So where are the stripes? I had them all along to my mom's other day. There. So it's definitely like several degrees colder outside my door. So I left it open now. So I couldn't get out of it, so that's why I cut the old ones. So we'll know soon if this is, well, relatively soon, I guess. If this is all a waste of time. These are so tiny. So I would probably have been fine without these, but since it was like that, we can put it back. So there. So yeah, so that didn't go very well. I wanted it to go that way. There. So it seems I didn't tighten this enough. Yeah, it's still not tight enough. So tomorrow, I have a Hack the Box meetup again, but this one with the CTF. So I think I grabbed the wrong thing. So now, yeah, so I can't type anymore anyway. Oh well. So, was this all for nothing? Probably. But I kinda had fun, so it might be fun to start it on the desk too, right?
Born Again says, hey, will you buy a Horde Dell server?
I'd meet with both, and then I'll. Well, it depends, of course. If you're buying it for home, you wouldn't. But if it was buying for work, I would have meetings and let them, like, give me all the info. So I've bought both before. Home, yeah.
Home.
So then I would care more about the price versus specs than the brand. And if there's special features that you want, or if you just want like power for as little money as possible, and also the noise level, right? That you wouldn't care about that for a company in a server room to have low noise level, but at home you might want to have it nice. So it's back together. Though we did spray it with isopropanol, and it'll have to wait for a few hours. Also, we don't have any RAM in here. I actually have a manual for it, so it'll be quite easy to look up how they want the RAM placed. Because
what would you recommend for home Anubis small with less noise?
So I don't know. I haven't looked at the specs, but they should have noise levels when you look at them. So I don't have any good advice. Checking the specs, seeing what's good noise wise and specs. So we have them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I like the glasses, Professor Fix-It.
I can't see anything now. So I have them on my nose like that. They're also very dirty, so I wonder if they would melt if I put isopropanol because they're plastic. So there will be something on RAM placement somewhere here. Here. Multi-channel mode population rule. So 1 and 5, I kind of guessed since they never named like that. And then 3, 7. So we have 4 modules. So this, and this. That's how we want it. And I want it to dry out, especially I brushed in here now, so it's still wet from the isopropanol. So it'll have to wait probably to tomorrow. So it won't be, that means next week because I'm not streaming tomorrow, right? Actually, I have the Hack the Box meetup with the CTF. It's very, very nice. It's just my 3rd actual time meeting real cyber people IRL, like 4th actually though, at meetups. So let's like give it a little hat. And let's find a place for it. Right, I'll put it back in the big white box where it lived. So I have the box where it used to be, just over here actually. So if you put it back in there, let's check if it has a power supply. Yeah, it has a power supply. Though I went to trade several, as it was dead. I already have done that. I've already tried it with several the motherboard with several power supplies. I don't think I did the other way around to test the motherboard with another, to trade the power supply with another motherboard. I don't think I did that. Should we do something else hardware? Or should we do like something not hardware? Oh. So I just realized something.
But the little pieces quite fit together because they all drew their own shape, and they didn't really care about what the other shapes were.
So, right. So, what to do now? By the way, I noticed a new cyber streamer. So, I noticed her, by the way. Saturday has been streaming more than me. I wasn't streaming whole week too. So, but let's see if we can find a new one. Here. New cyber streamer, a woman too. So, nice. We need more people. We need our own category. My god, we're lots of people, right? And that would probably make more people think of it. That they can stream other stuff in games too. So, so I'll just put this back because it's kind of sharp actually. Oh right, I was like, this is not tweezer. What's this? This is a scalpel. I broke the blade. I'll have to see where I put those blades. So those are good to have with some projects. So I just took 2 bites of this. Right, you couldn't see that. Let me show you. So I thought this was tweezers too first, but it's not. So yeah, scalpel blade only. Well, hell, I guess. So what we have these. These need some soldering. So I'm thinking either maybe we have another one already, right? So we had one, and either we could make it like a long thing. Right. You're like in an odd place there. So either we can make like a long thing, or we can make like bigger RGB pixels there, right? Yeah, so it's a bit of a mess here now, especially with all the mics. Mics everywhere right now. Here we have more RGB stations. So we also have strips. Right, we have the fan project. This one shouldn't be in there. Should be over there. So I'm thinking now 12 and 5 volts, because we have lots of 5 volts, easily accessible. And the fan takes 12 volts. We want to make a power supply that can do that. And I'm thinking, what's my energy, right? So at the start of stream, my tummy felt a bit bad when I moved, but I think it's better now. By the way, this one is so similar. Well, it's not very similar, but it's quite similar, right, to the other one. It's just an older, tinier one. So, and this has VGA and PS2, so this is a real old one. Right, I can throw this out. It's broken. So let's grab the screws, but the plastic is broken. So lots of old motherboards. I should probably like check what they are and throw out a lot. I don't know how many I have. It's like falling dust. And this one is not in there from before when we did stuff. So let's put it in there instead for now. So I didn't manage to put everything back in the drawer. But what I'm looking for is the last lead. I've got like some important papers on top here. No, not there. Yeah. Let's put all the important papers in the same place. So I could have put it in the drawers. Maybe. So let's see. Or maybe we'll look at the rotor. It's long since we did that. Or maybe we'll do software stuff. I haven't decided. Anyway, let's grab the logic analyzer and put it back in the drawer where it's supposed to be. There. So a tiny 256 gigabyte drive. What was it doing in there? So this is the one that I'm going to use. It's a 1 terabyte. So yeah, right. It wasn't the computer that's a Proxmox server. That's where it was. That's where it came from. And then we have an empty drawer, totally empty. Maybe I should have put the motherboard in here, like ongoing project. So this mic is what I'm supposed to be using right now, and I'm going to put it back so it's in front of me. But right now I'm just using the mic in this, so it's a horrible mic, and I'm sorry for that. But so let's get rid of this so we can throw it out. I want the screws saved because they're useful. So it's not like I don't have a million of them, right? So one of those drives had screws already, and the other did not. So let's put them in there. No, I need to push this one. Why is this one so hard? There. So trash. And this one has screws. They're on there. So let's put them in this old one. Why didn't I have the other ones? It came like that when I got it. So it's not new, in other words. There. I've never opened one of these. Right. Why have I never opened one of those? So this one has its power too. I don't know if that belonged to it. I don't think so. So I was going for the fan because it's also on the desk. We haven't finished the project, though I got parts. So this is my soldering fan, which is currently held in place with one stripe. I should have added another one, I guess, right? It doesn't need more. Maybe we'll do something else, like a screw through it, because it's taking space here, right? So we could put it like this. But this is not a very nice solution, right? And also, maybe I won't use this fan because I think it might belong to another computer or another box that I'm like using. Let's just look inside this one. So why is it like over there? I guess I'm over here. Well. So I definitely need my screwdrivers now. So let's see. Speakers. At least one of them is just newly charged. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, you can see it's not centered at all. Why is it so crooked? It's like odd. Something like this. No, it's a bit more centered. Yeah, so this fell over. Right, I know what this is. We used that plastic for, and this one is a glue that is not opened. So I should put that in the drawer instead. And there I found tweezers that should really be in this jar. And here we had more pieces to fix. So this one's one thing. Here we have a 12 to 5 volts converter. So, oh gosh, oh well. So we used these parts, some of them, for another fix thingy. So that's why it was all in. Let's see now, those, and that one, and that one. Those did not come from this. So We also got a lot of junk on the desk from this. I guess it's cleaner now. So, this one goes there. So these two, these are nicer, right? In the way that you can move this. So that's what I use for mine. I tried this one, which is a bit tinier, right? It's not much. So I thought I used a tiny one for the mic that's not that heavy. But it didn't work because this one was pointing straight out and taking space. So this though is not good that it's falling off. So those really should go in a drawer over there. And then we have like more holder thingy. And then I have USB sticks there. I can't reach my screwdrivers. I just wanna like, we were going to use these, right? That's why they're here. So this is not possible with this. So I had this with my phone as a camera over there before. So that could be nice to use again. So you could just clamp this onto something and then you okay. Oh, this is the one I have fixed by putting stuff in there, so it's very hard to move because it's broken. I think this must be the one. No, I can't even put this one back. Fixed. Let's... Yes, I thought it was stiff because it was, because it's stiff because it broke, and I kind of fixed it in a like not perfect way. There. I didn't think this was the one though. I should throw it out. It works though, if you're aware. It won't bend, will it? I should throw it out now. So, oh look. Yeah, we got both of those. I'm going to open this. We just need to make sure that we don't have trash laying around. And when you're going to use something, you grab it and then it's like not good. So this, I opened this and put some rubber on there to make it, because it was just going all over the place. But it's not good enough, so it's going to go bye-bye. So I guess we can save this one because it's kind of easy to turn. Maybe one has a worse one of those. We'll throw that. Actually, let's put this in the drawer with those things. I actually have another project. I just saw it. So on the pot of dirt there. Let's look at these. So I have these cars to check, see if they work or not, if we can fix them. But I don't think it's today. But it was in the way. It was in the way now. So so the tiny screw thing, let's put it like somewhere here. And here we have these. So this is a real good one, but I think a newer one is good enough for a lightweight camera. Oh, right, we still have this one. How did that even stick? It was just rubber, like having a chemical reaction. See, the rubber had some kind of chemical reaction there. Oh, so that goes in the trash too. We don't want that. So now I can see why it didn't reach. So let's tighten that so we can tighten that. And then this is how they're supposed to work, you know, be loose and lockable. So where's the bad one? So let's put this one here. So now we can use this thing without it being like bad. There.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Gashadoc.
Welcome in, welcome in. It's a very messy stream here. So this one is not very good, is it? Should we put some glue there? Or I'll just put it on something. I can hold my camera over there. If we want that. So let's see. I'm just tightening it here. So that's really tight. So as long as I don't hit my head on this. Now we can like angle the camera whichever way we want over there. If we want to, like me fixing my computer. That's what I'm thinking really. So these won't fit in these. So let's just... Also these boxes are not perfect because they just open sometimes. I didn't open these. Whatever. So they're good enough to slot stuff in. So in the top one we have these thingies. And this one and this one. So we sort away the stuff that belongs to that kind of thing. Like holding cameras, mics, whatever. Well, back it goes in the drawer. So this is, by the way, inside of hard drives. This is aluminium rings. I don't know even why I kept those. Maybe because they're so light. It's metal, but it doesn't weigh anything, you know? So, my screwdrivers are accessible. So we actually did some cleaning usefulness here. I'll actually just get some dust on these. Cleaning while doing fun stuff. So, we're not supposed to open. But this is not a hard drive, you know. This is an SSD. And I have not opened one. So, let's do it. Now is when I would have liked the scalpel. But it's, I don't know where the blades are. And it broke. So this will have to do. Let's actually look at it. So what does it say? Is there any text on this? Very devoid if broken. Quite obvious, right? Quite obvious. So I don't have a preview up. There. No. So I can see that I'm breaking it when I'm doing this. Alright, so we actually grab the plastic. There's a screw, right? That's what we want. So let's grab something. Like a little screwdriver. Yeah, that was not the good one. That's good. What's inside an SSD, right? So why the warranty void? They have secrets in here? So I'm thinking it shouldn't be very complicated, right? So we have 3 screws to be able to see the other side. So let's organize. So just some protection. And they also have a different size screw here. Maybe they don't want us to see the manufacturer, but it kind of says the same thing, right? So let's so on this one it says ADATA. This is a tiny one, 256. So then on this label we have the same thing. And then you have another warranty void if removed, but we already voided the warranty, right? We opened it. So the little box with the little board. So we could just, instead of having that in the computer, we could have this thing instead, as long as we don't touch stuff, you know, while it's going. We don't want to short it. We could put a blob of melt glue on this and put it where we want it in the machine instead of using screws and all the things. Let's microscope again. So let's check this out. So SandForce. Okay, so there's not a lot on this. It could be more. That's kind of what this tells us, right? So let's flip over to the side where there's actually stuff on. So we have 2 filled up, and then we have slots for so much more air. It's actually 2 of 8. And this warranty void sticker, it's kind of obvious that we have the same 2 under there, right? So this side, it's all empty, and this one we have 4. So this could be a 1 tera drive if they had filled these out instead of 256. So not much more to look at. So we have seen the insides of it now. And we can also see that they're attached with these little bolts here. So I don't get this sticker, right? Is it like they have warranty void if removed on all the things? And that's why they have this, it on this one too. So I guess we put it back, because what else should we do? It's kind of just standing on these, that's why it's going So if you open a spinning drive, then you don't put it back together again. So you only do that with a broken one or an ancient one. Maybe we could do that with an old IDE drive or something. So it is still 28.3 in here. So there. Let's put the lid back on. Well, I guess the lid is like the big thing. So something got my finger all black again. So now I'm thinking what to do next. Should we go for the RGB? We could make something for stream with them, but I know there's a lot of soldering. So these don't have connectors, right? So you have to solder either pins or what? So the one I already have, it has holes. Yeah, it has holes. It's just not really. Uh-huh. Yeah, you couldn't put a header on this. That's odd, because I bought kind of the same thing. I was assuming. So we'll just have to put solder cables on here. This is very odd. Yeah. So these were cheap, you know? I bought cheap ones. So the out and the in, they're the same on all. So the NV minus doesn't have any hole at all. So we should probably design what we want to make and then like put it all together. It's like exactly better than expected. So this exactly looks the same as the other one, but this will be more shaky. So the other one we could solder pins on, and I had planned to do that with these. So these are the RGB LEDs. We could go closer, but we've already done that, so. That's less soldering then, but we still need to solder it. Oh my. That's the wrong one.
Go grab some tea.
Shadow says.
Hi!
Translated from German.
Go grab some tea. Yeah, that's when my throat was extremely sore, but I'll do that. That was nice advice. So let's get this sticker up again. So we just opened this to look, what does this SSD look like in the inside, right? So let's tighten that one too now. No, that's the one that doesn't have one. My goodness. I was like, what? So last one. Quite tiny screws. Then I'm going to put these in too, so they're ready for. This is not the correct screwdriver. Whatever. Yeah, let's grab a better one. Oh. Yeah, I think it's at least not worse. So So these are at least magnetic. Come on. Nah. I'm not gonna go looking for a screwdriver just because of that. We'll just...
I love the iFixit kit. Has a lot of fine bits.
Oh. So this is the problem with this one. It's not fine. It's a big one. So I don't have such a big one here. I don't know about that thing. iFixit kit. It's some kind of screwdriver kit. It has a nice name, at least. So, let's see here. Where did I put the other one? Kind of put them both there, but then I grabbed that. Yeah, here. So this is the new one I'm going to put in to the computer. I'm actually going to move these screws.
You know the Linus Tech Tips precision screwdriver?
No, no. So this is a local Swedish store called. Oh my goodness. Clas Ohlson. It's like an old company. They sell like lots of things, not only like tech stuff, like bins and lights and Legos, and a bit of electronics and random stuff that people might want to buy. Oh, we could open this one too, but whatever. So I'm just making it easier to stack because these screws were attached when I got it. So it takes less space. So when I
allowed to send links?
Yeah, sure, go for it. So I'm going to reinstall my computer and then I'm going to use this drive. So this will be my new system drive, 1 terabyte, and then I have my new 20 tera spinning one as the storage. So, and I'm thinking of keeping the one I have now, a 500 gig drive for like virtual machines and stuff. So now the keyboard will fit again. So let's hop back to. I'm just closing my preview. So let's see here. Oh, it opened in a new window. Let's click there and now. There now. Oh yeah, I have a bit set too. Bits are not as nice though. When you have a tight thing, you need to push the screwdriver in. It doesn't work, This is a bendy thing. Those are nice. Yeah. So I have one of those kits too, but I don't even have it on my desk because it's not that often that I use it. It's only for special bits. So I have this. So you have flat ones, even mega tiny, and I have like Phillips, I guess, and then normal star ones, and then I have Torx here. So this is like all I need. So most things are just Torx or normal ones. And those are nice to open, like push between plastic that you need to open and stuff too. But I have a kit for that too. So yeah. Should I go grab that? Maybe it should be in here.
things yours are better, but for more general uses, repairing computers and small electronics, the iFixit kit is great.
Yeah, so I've got the kit. I'm just looking. I had something more, but it's probably in my drawer in there already. So this is like the same series. It's only with bits instead. So it's more versions.
And the name is also a good fit for your channel.
Yeah, yeah. So you can see this handle is the same one, right? So it's the same kind of thing there. So what should we do now? Yes, I'm not buying anything that I don't need. Right, I have the in the drawer too. So these are like a few special things. Let's see, what's this? Yeah, they're just very tiny tortoises, I think. That's a star. No, that's a star. I need a microscope. Yeah, maybe I should have some of these things here. Like, nah. This is like a mobile fixing kit. So I tried to use it to open the last screen we did, but it wasn't very useful. It was better to do it just with screwdrivers. Yeah, so those special ones, if you need like special ones. But I wouldn't order online if I didn't want to wait, you know. If you happen to have stores next to you that has it, it's nicer to meet some people do, right? So I've been thinking if should I sort this to avoid the other languages. Maybe I should. So if I do this, what happens then? Because there's a lot of names here that I don't. Yeah, it's just the online ones. So then it doesn't matter. I was curious to see how many of these speak English, the ones that are streaming the most. Like this one I don't recognize, you know. This one. Maybe they're streaming in other time zones.
The eye opener, 20 euros for itself plus a few small extra tools, is great for opening glued stuff. Got mine for 5 euros as an extra for a battery I ordered from iFixit for an old phone of my mom.
Okay, so they have old batteries too. Yeah. So I ordered an old battery on Amazon, and it just went bloop at once, right? So it was horrible. So maybe this store has more stuff that's useful. I haven't looked at it. Tools from parts. Yeah, I also have my mom's very burned phone. Non-water resistant that she dropped in the toilet. Okay. So these are like kits for the phones. So batteries.
The battery itself was 20 euros and the battery with a few tools and a repair toolkit tailored to that battery repair was 25 euros.
Okay, yeah, I see there's like kits. So what is this thing? I have to click to see what it is. Opener. Oh, it's just a plastic thingy. Yeah, so the kit I had, it also had one of these and these thingies. So this was like the same kit that I had down there. Though mine had separate screwdrivers, not bits, so that's better, more stable. And I had those too. It didn't have this, of course. Or a battery. So let's see if they have my old phone. I don't think they will. So S4. They have the S4 battery. Okay, that's nice.
It's a heating bag. Put it in a microwave, heat it up, then put the thing on a phone or something else you want to loosen the glue on and let it cook low.
Oh. Okay. So to make it easy to open the phone then? Oh, that's kind of smart. That's smart. So the battery that I ordered, I ordered two I have two S4s, and they went bad almost immediately. And I have on stream where I like spun them because they were so blobbed like a ball, so you could just spin it on the edge.
With cook I mean let the phone glue warm up so it gets easier
Yeah,
to pry the thing
I
apart.
understand. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I've changed displays on tablets, but not on the phone. The phone, you just like, it's usually not worth the price to get new parts, like a new screen. But I found for the, so I actually think I have stuff right here. Maybe this is what we're going to check out. So this one I've replaced, but this is old now. I don't even know if it works. I think maybe it's a charging problem. But the other one is broken. Let's see. I'm looking for a micro USB cable. So these are very easy to open too. You know, just use your fingernails to pop the cover off. So you can see it's quite easy. So my kids had these for a long time, and they're still the best ones I've ever seen. So wouldn't mind fixing that. So the ones I got later, they're not as good.
An Apple device, but anything else is sometimes cheaper to get a new device or you can't get parts at all. Sony, for example.
Here's the broken one. Do you know why it's like this? Because he's now 14, but when he was younger, he threw this from his you know, high up bed, loft bed, to the ground because it was too hard to do anything else. So this one also needs a screen replacement if it even works. Yeah. But I also think both of them, the charging is broken. So I think the screen actually works still, it just looks funny. Oh look, it's actually broken. I might have broken it now. Yeah, I probably did. So I'm not gonna do that now anyway. These are very cool. So I wish they were still as good, because the ones I have that are newer, they're not good at all. They're bad. Anything I bought after these, they're just bad. That's sad, really. So what's this? This one is bad. Yeah, it doesn't work very well. So this is USB-C, I'm thinking. Let's grab one of these cables I have and see if we can get it alive. So I don't want to mess with fixing the USBs on those. I think we looked a little bit at it another day, and I think it's a bit of a complex thing to do. So you can't access the board where it is without like doing bad things to it. So not an easy thing. So
Look for a second. FixerBot says.
Thanks for the lurk de bez for me.
ah, thanks for the work. Let's see if this one even works. It's in charge for a bit. I like this colorful thing though. So I have another one that works even worse than that. And since it's like can't really execute anything without crashing, so it just keeps crashing. And I wasn't smart enough to actually complain about that when it was new. I just didn't use it, so it just aged. Yummy. So let's see what we'll do. Should we continue on the Go project? Should we do AD hacking? Should we do the path that ends Tuesday? I will never have time to do it all, right? I'm busy all weekend. It's a bit sad. I can't do anything about it. I could, I guess, do all of them quickly, but I want to do them carefully and learn all the things. Maybe we'll do that anyway. Work on it. So, and like grab the data.
Dylanka Kaushal Hewage says do more reverse engineering and binary exploit and stuff.
Ah, reverse engineering binary. So, I'll show you a video I have here. Wrong window. Oh right, I'm previewing. This one. This is cool. She's made a plugin to Ghidra and a like something in between that the AI can use, an interface that you can use here. And she just asks the AI to like, could you fix this thingy for me here? It's really cool. We can check this out for a little bit. She just talks about it before and then she's actually showing stuff.
MCP
So while I
server here,
finish
which is actually
this,
just my Ghidra decompiler, we've already loaded in an example binary that we're going to try to reverse engineer. Now normally when I'm reverse engineering an application, this is a super manual process, so I'll take a look at the code and start renaming all of the variables, all of the methods inside of here, to try to get an overall idea of what this messy application is actually capable of doing. But why don't we let our MCP client do all the work for us? Now in this case, my MCP client is actually just the Claude desktop application, and I have equipped it with all of these tools from my MCP server, so it's able to directly connect to Ghidra and automatically perform all of this analysis for us. Now these are all of the different methods available to it to be able to analyze this for us.
I'm actually running
I have
a video
this
at
prompt here, so
real
it's going to find the main method of the application, which is the one that I just had up in Ghidra, and it's going to rename all of the methods inside of it that the main method is calling, so we can know exactly what this method is doing. So let's let that run. Here we go. Alright, first it's going to try to find the main method. I'm going to allow it to use that tool in the background. And now that it has the main method it found, it wants to decompile it to see what it's doing, to see what methods it's actually calling. And there was the code, you could see that happening. And it's found all of the methods inside of this. So now it's asking for the permission to rename all of these methods based on their functionality so we can know exactly what they're doing. So I'm going to allow that. please do all of the work for me. That's pretty cool. And it's renaming all of these.
Yeah.
So
we don't
hopefully
have
this
to
looks
look
a
at
lot.
all of it. But yeah, so for example, we made a script on stream where it's like automatically doing a buffer overflow using Pwn tools. But I haven't dug down into the more complex stuff, like how do we avoid stack canaries and stuff like that. And there was actually on the Hack the Bugs CTF that was recently, we could do like the first one there. So I don't think I have it up still, but I have it in my notes probably. Right. We need to do one thing at the very start of stream. I updated. We need to close this again. Yeah, that I shouldn't show on stream, right? Because it's an activate Hack the Bugs machine. So it's just partial. So it's on my H drive, my Obsidian. I'm just gonna update it. Public, and let's just so last time, yeah. Let's just do it. This from yesterday. It's okay. It'll get a bad name on GitHub, but I can't spell status. So all the files are added. I've activated my notifications. Right. It was one of the laptops that I'm looking at buying. He said that. I said I'm interested. He said that sounds good. So let's just commit this. Alright, now when you do it in Linux, it's so nice for it to just, or in Cal, just pops up the old one. So up dates, and this was actually from yesterday, so let's call it 2023-03-27, and we're actually on 3 updates that day, so I guess I should do today then, right? It's today we're doing it, or whatever. So, and so let's check the status again, and so I didn't see. It's like not enough space. It should have like clear space. You can see what's what command. I was starting reading with the commit again. Like, what is it listening to files for? Let's just push this. So, and then I'm gonna pull. And I'm gonna get the stuff from my laptop. So, Titanic, and what? The camera is actually activated by the screen of the tablet that I put in charging. It was starting to click pictures. Very, very odd. So, what did I do? Yeah, right. So last, here, git status. Your branches had 2 commits, right? So we need to commit again, or to push again. So, and then it will have an odd name because it made those commits when it merged up here. So when we did the pull, so from Obsidian Public, main merge by the org strategy. So it's merging the files here, and it's automatically making these ahead by 2 commits suddenly. So that's why we needed to push again. So, but now it should be, if we just do this, by the way, so I can actually see where the stages start. It didn't work. It's still, whatever. It's good, I guess. So up to date with Origin main. And these are just repos within my repo.
4x0R. Less than 3.
Oh, okay. Thank you for doing the CTF there with me. I'm very new with CTFs, so I need to learn that better. So, yeah. So, Duanka, you set the theme. We're going to do binary stuff. And I'm thinking the first actually challenge from there. So I'm just thinking, where do I have that URL? And I was thinking I have it in my notes, and that's when I thought I have to fix the notes first. And I'm sorry if I'm mangling your name, by the way. Yeah. So whatever. Let's hop to. I reorganized also these. So instead of having a infosec, I think I had it, and then I had some of these. I had boxes, I had like CTFs and the tools and info one. I had those under infosec. So now I've like removed that and put it all here because it's all right cybersecurity stuff anyway. And the tools and info is where most information is. So this is all on my GitHub online. So I do have a buffer overflowware and that kind of thing. So I'm guessing I did separate out though the code. I had code in here. I still have code in here. Oh, but I had the Pwn tools code in here. Now I have it. Let's see if we click here. Now we're in Python programming here suddenly. So I'm like not used to the new sort. Programming used to be under this. So now we have programming here, and we have Python. And then it's not sorted. I need to fix it better. And also I have scripts on my VM that are not here. Here's the buffer overflow one, and that we want to see here really. All right, we'll get the wrong directory, I think. Yeah, it was public. Okay. So let's just, yeah, we don't need to save that. Oh gosh.
Dilanka Kaushal Hewage says Abizidin is having linking method. It's useful.
Yeah, it's useful, and also I'm exporting it to. This is not the latest version. The latest version is on GitHub, but I actually have used this sometimes And this search is actually probably better. So if we search for Pwn tools here, it will like give us stuff like this. And this is the old program, the old sort with infosec tools and boxes, and then programming being in the root. So I'll have to redo this. Also, it doesn't really, yeah, it's not perfect. So we used to have infosec in these in there. So if we go here to buffer overflow, so it used to be the Pwn tools used to be in here. So, and examples and stuff. Yeah, it has problems with the dashes. It does this. So the header is far down because I wanted this to be on the top above there. I'm very good at spelling sometimes. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I dashed that. Also, it updates all the links you have. I don't use the like graphical map thingy or the links with the number character. I don't use those. Maybe I should. So what I was going for was really that you can't look at code files because it will try to download them instead. So it's not perfect. I'm trying to find something better to export with. This is what we were doing last time. If we close this, we'll try to save again now. Yeah, I kind of thought so. Those are not red anymore. We have updated. Python. Buffer overflow. Here's that file. So now wait, can you hear me again? Since I use these because I need to reinstall my computer, old USB stuff is just messed up in my computer right now. So this, I've been looking a bit for Obsidian to view code in Obsidian. I'm thinking there should be something. There should be other people who want this. The only thing I have so far is this plain text one where you can add extensions that you want to show as plain text. But I would like to have them shown better. So what happened there? Whatever. So here we can see. I also messed up. It can't run Python now since I messed with Go. And also I have deleted so many things on this computer, just files, cleaning out stuff. So it doesn't really work. Stuff has disappeared there without me uninstalling it. You know, I just deleted the files. It's a bit messy, this computer, but it's still running. Actually, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. There. Yeah, so like that. Not grabbing the wrong ball and drinking the isopropyl there. Oh, so let's see now. So this is the basic. I'm missing some files here though. The question is, do I have them on the current VM really? So what we need to do first is to actually run the VM, right? So we started this one, it should be up. And let's start the Kala machine. It crashed yesterday, it crashed twice, I think. We have changed some settings and BIOS now of the Proxmox server, so hopefully it will be more stable. Otherwise, we'll have to try and find the bug. Because it's only running this machine now, right? And the hardware that it's given is 2 to 8. This could be something to try and not give it a flexible one, but actually give it a set one, meaning this is the same as this. So we can try that too, but it's running now, so. And then we can't modify. Maybe we can even. Yeah, we can. So it's starting. Is it? That's very black. Well, we'll see if it happens. Something happens. So I used to have my VMs on VMware on this machine. So but sometimes my stream crashes from too low resources. Like I have a lot of tabs in Firefox. I have not dared to have Discord on, for example. And I don't like this image either. I keep like changing the start screen, but I don't remember where it is right now. You have to like overwrite a file, I think, to have this nice one instead. Maybe I'll change this one to be purple instead. Just the same image, you know? So, I'm sorry if I'm like very random today. But I want to grab that file, but right now I was curious what the name of this background is. Because I want to Google it. Yeah, so Califal has all the nice images. All the old, very old images. This one is when it's starting. So why not have this as a login screen now when they have it even as at the BIOS level or almost, right? At the very, very start. So can we grab the name of the right one? It's also purple, this one. So am I blind or am I blind? Yeah, I'm just blind. Here? No? I'm like, where is it? There. So, alright, so mouse over. Kali Cubism JPEG. Okay. Really, part of the reason why I'm not changing to one of my own. (2023). There it is. So let's download it to my desktop. The reason is that I don't want to have to all the time. Every time I install Kali, I just want to have it running without messing with stuff. But right here we have the image of the processor, right, that we were messing with before. So if we just change the shoe here, so you never know what it will be, right? So we could make this one purple. That's what I'm thinking. So that's maybe too dark. So of course I need to have a purple background, right? You can even compare the color here to my curtains in my preview. Like, I like how bright light it is though, so let's make it brighter. Yeah, and then we need to add the saturation. Yeah, this is not good. It's not good. Yeah, it doesn't work very well. Yeah, so I'm not doing that now at least. Now I have the image. You set the Windows background too. So let's actually save this. I want to Google those numbers later. This is for the X99 motherboard. So, Rock. That would be. So we're going there. What? File not found. So what did I do? Open. I wanted to save that. Yeah, so of course it's not found. Seriously, what's up? Let's put it on H. So it was a directory. Yeah. Okay. And this is nice to know about this. Should I? I'm not gonna pay for lots of money for batteries, and I'm thinking that if I say where I am, it would be costly. Let's just try adding it to the cart. Let's say we want to, because I have two phones, and we want to check out. And what will the shipping be? So I'm sorry, I'm getting there. I actually should grab that tea that I got as a redeem. I didn't forget about it. I'm just thinking, but now my throat is starting to hurt. I'm thinking I should be efficient. So shipping address, and then we can see the price. Oh, okay. Now we can close that one too. Let's drag that one to my other one, so we don't have to have several Firefoxes on. We can close that window too. Just checking this online quickly. So they're closed. So I'm not gonna do this now, but I wanna keep that one up. So what we wanna do is to make sure we have all the files here. We don't. And the one I wanted to start showing you is not there. So, and I was looking for it the other day too. So as I transferred all my files from this my other VM to this one, I'm thinking this is the way to go. So let's. I usually do mouse button, but let's actually do code today. And I don't think it's in the favorites. So now we have it. I also messed this VM up a little bit by copying some of the home directory stuff over to this one. Yeah, see, save settings. So we have an Obsidian here too. I'm not perfectly comfy in the GUI. I'm in Kali now, not in downloads. No, I'm in Kali downloads. Metacity, am I? No? Why does it say top here then? I don't get that. That's odd. Hold on. Yeah. If I'm looking for something, let's go where home is. Actually, no Obsidian here. Oh, I haven't done it here yet, have I? Okay, because I have this VM, right? So I think it might be PyTools. Yeah, this is where I moved it when I tried to fix stuff. Actually, instead of just grabbing the contents of a file, let's move it all. We're going to start a server here. I don't remember all the things. History, grab. Yeah, SMB is good, by the way. So SMB server. There. Well, that one. We could probably just have aired output for a bit, right? And the file name is actually, I think the file name, yeah, this is the file name. It's sometimes it's good not to have a named parameters, and sometimes it's not good because I call them share. Then it's what did I do? PyTools, right? Yeah, and now we have the confirmation that the file. That's the directory name there. That's good. So I think I wrote the right thing, but it's slow. So we're gonna just hop to the PC here, and I'm gonna type the IP, and it's slow on the PC too. I think I remember the IP. I think it was 194 because I was moving some other files. What do you think? Is it 194? Yeah. I should have like a PowerShell down here, but I don't have space for the ones I use all the time. So So we do have history here too. So I'm sure I did not use just because I was adding it. Yeah, okay, let's check the IP. So I'm sorry if I'm all over the place. I know I am today. That's why I put random stream. Yeah, it's the right IP. I was right. So yeah, so I'm just gonna go back down or just delete whatever and notes. That's to the rescue. That's why I have had SMB up before. So we're gonna grab all the scripts at once and not have like problems with that. Connect from Windows and there. So let's copy that. Oh, this one is with a letter. It doesn't matter. Don't need a letter. So let's call this one. No, I didn't manage to copy. I have this problem sometimes that I can't copy stuff. It's like several funny problems. Yeah, I should really reinstall it. It's not nice to just go deleting everything. So 192, 168, 0, 184. And fine, it could be V if it wants to. And we're getting a... Okay, so there's something wrong. Username. Oh, okay. User. Cannot find the path specified. Okay, so it wasn't right. Okay. So we're going to abort this. And we're going to run it again. Because if the name doesn't exist, then that means it's supposed to be this way. Yeah, and it shows us now too. So now there will actually be shared files. So if there's something I'm not telling, tell me why, right? No, it worked because the share didn't exist, right? So now we have a v colon here, which has the files. And as we're on Windows now, here I'm comfy with the GUI, right? So we have the files. And let's just open another one. We could have opened Total Commander, but now we're going full on GUI on it. So I'm kind of thinking that most of these will be useful, right? Specific, pickle, web. Yeah, these are like web SQLi stuff. So let's actually put them in the notes, not on E. So Obsidian. I'm regretting I did the GUI. I'm regretting it. Programming Python, and then let's make a from CalDBM, and then we'll see if I manage to get these to the right places before next time I upload the repo, because there'll be doubles now, double files. So we can actually close the other one down and just here we can see that it authored okay, right? Because I just used user as the username to connect username and password, or the actual username and password. So let's abort this. There. So we can just close those and close that. Yeah, we don't have to open all the files and move them over that I was planning to do. Instead, we have all the things here already. So in Python, we're in Python, right? Pwn tools, Python course, Python scripts for hacking. From Kali VM. Here we have all the things now. So buff, the one I was going to look at, which we could have done on the Linux machine, but yeah, they're called Pwn. The first ones, I think. No? So am I still not finding the one? It's supposed to be called information or something. This is the kind of long one that I have on GitHub. This is just for BrainPad. This is Brainstorm. This is just a bad character thing. Fuzzy thing. Short ones. Tests. Debug. Here's the info one. We found it. So let's actually run this one too. So let's go back here. So we can look at the code on the Windows machine. Since this VM is quite new still, I haven't set stuff up properly yet. And I might not if it keeps crashing. We'll see. But it has the files. So let's cd pi tools. Funny how it stayed gray there. And let's go to buff. And then we need to have some executable to check out. Let's just mousepad. Pwn health info. Oh, if you misspell it won't work. There. So health file name. So we have a file name here called, it's validate. We did this on. So where do we have the validate one? Is it in the same directory? No, when I'm tabbing now, it didn't tab on the machine. Yeah, so we have validate here, so we can run it. So let's just, didn't I? No, of course, here, this is where I typed it. So let's // it instead. Okay, so as I said, newly installed machine, and I'm thinking I just started making notes on how to do this nicely, and I'm kind of thinking we should test my notes and just find them first. This should probably be in Python, which is up, not down. Later learn that. So Python should be environments. Python. env. So I need to do something about this that we get box notes every time. It's annoying. But now with the new sort, I don't even know how. Yeah. How they will sort. Sorry for the messiness. So we see overflow for. I want to start doing stuff, not just prepare. Yeah, I'm starting. I'm going to make some of these things. I'm going to make, like, here it is. This is the document that I was looking for. So it's in Python course. Okay, okay. That's quite logical, right? So we have the Python virtual environment. So I might type some more text to make it an article, like a blog post. So this is how we do to get around the way Kali works now. You can't just pip install something. It's messy. So this is the easiest way to get it working. So I'm assuming that if we try and do I don't think PyPy3 env. This is odd in the text. Yeah. So this is what it actually looked like without it selecting those things. I'm like, why is the space in there? So let's actually install this. And maybe I should fix my notes. So sudo apt. I guess we update first. When I'm typing my password, I'm quickly looking and seeing that I'm not sharing my keyboard, you know. So in one way, I want to install it generally in all of this. In the same way, PyPy tools might be where we're supposed to run Python, right? Maybe that's a nice thing to have all the Python things in PyTools. So that's where we should make the environment too, right? So let's go back one directory here, where we have these. And this is where we're going to do the next step, which is create a virtual environment in the directory. So then we do, actually I didn't install it. So sudo apt install cars and then py. I'm quite curious why I didn't have this in the history, because I copied the history from the other one. PyPy vn. So, oh, I did that yesterday too. So, I'm installing PyPy 3vn. Yeah, so I'm gonna grab this and make this instruction more complete. We want to bring this, right? And we're going to not remove the lines, but actually give detailed instructions on how to do it. So I'm just adding lines here. So, not the misspelled one. So grab that. And there. So now, first install. So we update and we install, right? And then we create virtual environment in the directory, and then we can follow the syntax of this to do the actual command on the second line. And I can copy this and confirm that this actually works well, right? So it's still installing. Let's continue checking the instruction. Run source bin. So start using the environment by running colon. There. It's 96%. The VM will be used automatically for the user, but to run a script with sudo, you will need to give local Python path. Yeah. Run deactivate. To exit the virtual and well, that's not the same syntax. Exit the virtual environment by running. There. Deactivate. So use pip3 for installing libraries. It's aware of virtual environment. We need examples of that. So let's make one. Pip3. I'm saying 3, typing it too. Tools. So this one needs to be split. To run scripts. So we got an error code. DPGS failed. Fatal error. Assert error board. Get. Fetching, unpacking, setting up, running. So, did you mean? So there's a bug in here. In a magic AHPI syntax running is with a little mean equals. Well, this is like a thing you should report, I guess. So let's just grab this. So I'm like, where's the copy? Now I'm going for the notepad again, and it's still bright light. So I was thinking of actually making a dark pad that I started thinking of yesterday. Making a notepad that is dark. And you can just replace notepad with to get rid of the bright light. Or we could like hack the notepad file. Maybe we should look at it. It's a simple program. Error processing package. I mean, where it sets a color. whatever. There'll be like at least 2 colors to change. Maybe that's all. Sub process. So let's run the same thing again. Sad but true that it usually works, right? Yeah, we got the same problem. So I don't want to have to edit that. We grabbed it, we have the error message. Error message. It's still continuing this time, right? DPKG. Closing it. So let's close this one, because I'm thinking it might mess with it since we started another process in the same one. So let's just make a fresh one. Actually, I'm gonna restart this quickly, as it did install stuff. So I don't really like. This is what I mean with the nice images actually already here, right? At the very start of Kali. And then we get the ugly one with the log. Why? Why didn't they put the nice image here too? So I'm talking too much. My throat is dying now. So I did this made this instruction the other day. I didn't have any problems. Yeah, it could be the mouse pad thing, but I don't think so. Maybe it was. Sorry. So I need something in my tummy that is not liquid. I have some cookies. So these are very nice. Berries and white chocolate. The latest Kali does that, it seems. Like it has 4 images, and then it pops to this one. Why? And why not have the nice image all the time? I'm so sorry we're not to the pawn stuff yet. So I'm going through it again. You should have one hand busy. Seriously. It's like I printed it, typed it without this hand, and the T became something else, but I just missed DNA. I should have arrowed up.
Hydrate. Hydrate.
Thanks. There's actually updates. Maybe we should update first. That's not final stream, is it? Let's do the install again. And if it doesn't work, then we'll do the full thing, because I understand if it's installing a newer version than the one compatible with the things we have, you know. So that might be why it didn't work. And 499 should be kind of quick. But I'm curious now if that's a problem. If it doesn't work again, that might be it. So how are you doing, Nerd Hexer? I connected on LinkedIn, right? I hope it was the right person. That's what I'm saying. But I saw it there on LinkedIn. So in your posts, I think you had it. It was like 20% when it died last time with a bug in the script. So we could multitask, but let's see if it can do it. Yeah, so we have the crash again. So I'm not waiting for it to crash. I'm trying to avoid it. Yeah, it'll slow crash. How long did we wait last time? So there's another one. I'm also making. I'm going to start making like Medium articles, but I kind of like how they read there. It's kind of like a nice. I also was thinking about doing them on LinkedIn though, but the one I'm starting with is doing Kali on AWS. Here, this one. So I've started to writing out more stuff, and I'm going to add screenshots to run a full Kali on AWS. So, and maybe this will be one too if it works. So I'm guessing it's just updates. It's just still frozen. It did it last time too. I noticed that it was just frozen there. Alright, so it says that Andy Seifert has Fire Safe Fridays. It's a Friday today. That's what it said. Oh, they have a reminder like, how did it already become 1750 here? That's like odd. So this is how I control stream, by the way. I have this on my phone here. So it is more like this. And I can click the buttons to switch. You click the right or the left. And when we have the desk cam here, I can go like zoom, medium, full. You see all the mess there. So this is charging now. We'll see if it's live later. So, and my cookie, good cookie with white chocolate. And it still crashed. Oh, it did it. It did it. I'll just do it one more time. They always keep popping up new ones. So, one-handed. Let's see if I can hit all the keys. Let's hope this takes shorter time than that did. Let's do something else. I'll talk you through the script, how it works, right? So we import Pwn, start from Pwn. We get the file name of the executable. We just say that we're getting ELF information. And when you run the ELF, if you don't turn off information, like change the mode, I think I'm doing it here. Log level. I just want critical information, not info. So I have to click, where is it? I'm so used to going back in Obsidian. Right, so here it will actually output information about the ELF file. And then we're also getting some other things. So we're setting E, which is the ELF file, to be the context binary. And context is another thing that's in Pwn here. Then after doing this, connecting the binary that is loaded into here, then we can get OS, architecture, bits, engineness, and log level from it. The log level is mostly to check with that, of course, because it's not really something on the executable, I guess. I have to open this one too. Can I do it like that? Yeah. So it's a log level that we set here. Then we can also get the base address by doing e.address, not context. And we can e.read, e.address, 32 bytes. We can read how many bytes we want from there. So we will show this in a hex DOM format. So we have lots of information about it. And then for the function, maybe this is a bad word here, whatever. E functions has values which we will iterate through here, and if the function name's first character is not underscore, meaning we only get the main functions here. We can list a lot of them. There will be a lot of functions. And then we're disassembling each of these functions by using disasm, and we do the function name with e symbols. We're getting symbols for it and the size of the function. And let's see if we can unmouse over here. Not a lot of info there now. Also, you can see the squigglies here that it doesn't know what this is. It doesn't have Pony installed. So that's why it can't do that, probably. So it is 91% of the installation already. So this is the same one, copied. I've commented out stuff. So we added debug break here. Symbols, exit built in. Yeah, so we're actually patching the executable. And we're saving it as a modified version, and this is with bash too. Putting a breakpoint in bash. Right, so change directory, cd. We're changing it and making puts of it instead. This is an example. I didn't think of this thing. I don't know much more than this about it. So this is for me to remember that there are cool stuff to do here that I don't know yet. And change the license to Hello World. Yeah, so it's definitely an example, right? So I was reading the docs, I was grabbing things that looked fun, and this was like more normal fuzzer thing, I think. Right, there's also, let's see, to use Pwn tools, you don't have to write script. You can use it from the command line. And since I've moved stuff, I can't find it. And it's not in this, of course, because we just added the scripts only there. But from the notes, I put part of it in Python course with a big question mark on there. No, it's just the environment stuff, right? So it's a 7% again now from unpacking and preparing. So when you see a 93%, you're like, yeah, it's almost finished, and then it starts again. I usually don't pay that much attention to when it's updating. Hmm. So Nerdhacks, are you still there? So maybe you'd want to hop onto stream with me sometime, maybe not today, and explain CTF, doing CTFs. But you seem to be very experienced compared to me, because this was I did a Meta CTF last month, and that was the first ever I tried. I've done like the Meta CTF single easy thing before. And on that one, I did the two first ones in like less than 10 minutes, and then the next one was like, ooh. And then I spent so much time in Ghidra not knowing what I was doing. And I had opened in the same project several executables that were from other stuff, so I was looking at that and just wasted all the time, kind of thing. And then I almost finished the Python one. Well, it's not a Python one. I did a Python script. I don't remember it. It was a month ago now. Anyway, this one, I was so tired after the Hack the Box meetup that I really didn't do it. But I did the first one. And then I was like, oh, Python code. Yeah, I was so tired when I got home yesterday. So it starts at 22 my time, and I got home at like 22:30 almost from like the box thing. And then when you get inside, and it's been also the bus was broken, and it was like very windy on my head. It wasn't a good trip. But I had a great time. I had a great time on the meetup. Anyway, so that was not a good experience. And then I was sick, so I couldn't do the Hack the Box one. I would have liked to do more, really look at the Pwn ones, because I really want to learn that. So that's what I'm thinking. That what we're gonna aim at now, looking at the walkthrough for those. So actually, let's do that while we wait. Let's go to GitHub. Hack the Box. 2025. Found it. So I remember it being Hack the Box, and I know it's 2025. This one. So here we have all the write-ups. Sorry, I should make a commands command. But it's just streamerbot commands that I made myself, so it's not like any other bots. We can do this. Commands. Here you go. So this is the Robodog commands. There's a clip. I added this, but I don't think it does anything, right? So welcome in, by the way. Then we have a lurk and unlurk because someone really wanted that. I have a pause that I think it activates like my pause function. I don't know if it works. Screenshot? Shout out? I don't think these are actually. It's when I started, like almost 2 years ago, I guess. Suggest? Yeah, you can suggest stuff. It will end up in my Discord, I think. Teach TTS works, definitely. We have Discord, GitHub, Twitch, and YouTube. It works. And then we have these are admin commands, of course, to start a remote stream. So this is what I use when I like running in the forest or something, climbing on some little rock in the forest. Test image test video. Yes, I was testing stuff. And right and left, I think, are they actually running? Let's see if you can switch to the right screen. I think it might be disabled in actions here. So left and right screen, they're disabled, right? So we can actually enable these. So if I'm on the wrong screen and you're like, my God, why is she doing this? You can just switch my screen for me. So now you should be able to do right and left to see the installation. And I was doing something where I didn't want you to be able to change the screen. Also, there's redeems for that. Platform redeems. Right and left, I should be like here. So these are not enabled, right? So can enable them. There. So screenshot the command list if you want to. Yeah. So here we have all the different challenges in the CTF, and I have to check your name. Nerd Haxor, they finished 18 of them in the team that I made to be able to join. And I only did the 3 of the code ones at the very end because I went sick. I also started looking at this one, but I have never done canary stuff, so I was like, ooh, you know. So I'm very curious to see how they did that. So we can look at this one and we can see if we can use maybe Pwn Tools to do that. Then I also want to do all the other stuff, of course. Did I look at this? No, no. No, not this is not the first one here, right? It was something else. Stars on them. Difficulty. So 1 star is the easiest ones. Anyway, these were hard ones, right? So if it was a Media CTF one, they wouldn't have put canaries in the first Pwn one. I don't think so. Well, Quack Quack is the one I started with. Yeah. So I need to know how to do the Quack Quack one because that's the one I looked at. And then this one, I don't know if it's easier than or harder, but it's the same number of stars. And they don't think they think these are very simple, and of course they are if you already know it, right? Everything that you know is simple. If you don't know the tricks, it's hard. It's impossible even. So the coding ones were quite simple, but they think they're simple, but also I did. So, and the first one was actually hardest of the 3 first, but the ones I did. It would have been the one I would have set as harder than the other 2. But also that was the first one I did, so I might have been more sick still. Let's see. Yeah, I should grab that tea that someone redeemed. I made that last week when my voice was even more bad. So I thought I was good, and then I kind of didn't. Kind of went worse again. Yeah, so we'll have to do. I can't like do all the things, but why not? You set the theme there. Delanka, you said it. That we go pwn and reverse it. That's what you wanted. So this is the one that I started looking at, and I opened it in Ghidra, I think, and I looked at it in some other ways. I did not like try to do a buffer overflow on it. I guess I didn't have time, and I was still more sick then. When I did the coding ones was like the last few hours, the same day it ended. Maybe it was on the night before that. So the canaries here, I've never done this, you know. So it will be fun to learn because they've been annoying. Especially the only thing I know about them so far is that I have done it on a computer that adds them when it's not supposed to, you know, because you're supposed to just disable that functionality, right? So the executable itself has not had it, it's just the system that added it. So I recognize a little bit of this code, but the thing is this explanation here, I looked quickly at it and I was like, okay, so they start with disassembly. This is main. And I'm like, yeah, this is not what I saw in Ghidra. Maybe they're using another tool, right? So maybe they're using IDA or something. And mostly it's not like do this or that. Actually, someone said wait for write-ups from other people. So I'm gonna look for write up for what? For quack. So the first thing you do is you like type quack space, and then you can do something to make a buffer overflow. That far I got just from looking at the code a little. If you look at this here, you see that it's checking for quack and seeing if it's 0 here. Stir is this string in this string. Yes, my mom called. Since I've been sick, I usually pay her bills. So she got worried. We talked about it like yesterday and earlier today, but still she got a bit worried about that the bill is actually late. It should have been paid yesterday, but it's like weekend and I'm going to her Sunday anyway, so we'll fix it then. Yeah, right. So if it's this string and this string, so we need this to be able to even get the second question. Or
N3RDH4x0 says, I didn't try quack, but I saw this solution using pwn tools from pwn import p equals process./ld linux x86 64.so.2 library path /quack. canary equals b canary hex hash change to canary hex payload equals quack quack plus BA52 plus canary plus BB8 plus P640 by 40137
I'll copy your message.
payload p.interactive.
So, do you think all the characters went through? I will see. So let's make a new. I'm going to have to organize this, but I won't do that boring on stream, you know. But we have Pontool scripts now all over the place, right? And I'm not going to put this in from Kali because we will have to put this on the Kali machine, which is currently on 80% updating. Oh, there was an error there. Right, so it is doing PyPy3VN here.
Codes. D.
We'll solve it. We'll get it. You maybe paste it on Discord, right? That's probably better than Twitch chat. We'll see if I can paste it. So I saw this hop by, that was an error, but it was just that this is not configured yet here. Error parsing package. Dependency problems leaving unconfigured. So it's just unconfigured now. So probably we can use it later. Make it install all the way. So boring thing to do on stream, updating too, right? I should grab that tea. I said that to my mom too. My voice is like going bye-bye. I guess I'm still a little bit sick. I usually stream for I can stream for 15 hours without my voice going away. So this is not normal. Let's make a new stuff. Yeah, I need to sort this in, and then it's good to know what's new. So let's make a new file here. Will this be pasteable? Call it it. I almost gave it an name QWERTY because why not, right? That's very descriptive of something. Let's do it QQ Soul. I can't add a question mark, .py. And we'll see here. Yeah. So import star p process. Let's actually move that down to, oh gosh. Yeah, just paste it on Discord. Let's hop in there. So usually when I had my VM locally before I started using the Proxmox virtual machine, then I didn't dare to open Discord because it usually crashed everything. So now we'll see. So I'll take the opportunity to do Discord there, and I should fix the commands command, right? So hopped up in both chats, and so I'm not gonna put your chat messages up on stream, but I can see your it was in there. You can paste it in the CTF chat. I can actually scroll down, so here. That's what it looks like. We have a CTF here. And we have lots of channels. Maybe too many because it's not very active yet. So I kind of just put what I want, and we'll see if someone else wants to be there too. Also have other stuff. Right. So I also joined this one. So, but it had like full, and then we have a meetup today. The Stockholm meetup, Xbox. No, tomorrow, and she's in there. And then I'll read your message, Nori, but not on stream. So many things. I have so many Discord channels. It's crazy. It's 100. It's a max. Kinda. I think I deleted a few. So maybe I should be happy that they have a limit. For just the software, I have like, for example, OBS. Actually, why not scroll there? I could just fix that too, right? But let's see if I don't have to. Coding stream. So I have Sammy, I have Forthwall, I have OBS WebSocket, OBS Community, Streamer Bot. I also have DaVinci, IRL Pro app, and Twitch API. You know, the channels on Discord, they just disappear. I'll just see what. Oh, I got invited just to a new Discord server for tomorrow's thing. For the team there. So I'm not showing that on screen. So I obviously could join, so I had a new one. So I have to chat there too. So I'm going to. I can hear my kid a bit, so I'm going to go check on the kids, and I might grab tea at the same time, and then I'll be back. And if you want, you could paste that code in the other one. Otherwise, I'll mess with it as soon as I'm done. Yeah, I didn't grab any tea yet, so I'm kind of thinking I'll do that. Weekend. So, big tea mug. Here. Microwave. So we do have a thing, but yeah. I have actually some honey here already. Oh, that's a lot.
Pixelbot's dead.
New follower capsule. Less than 3.
Welcome in, thank you. I'll be back up soon. I just think my voice needs a bit of help. So, tea bags, not my favorite one. In the cupboard. No? Yeah. This is like, oh, this is not my favorite. But it's rollable. This one was natural, but the vanilla one is great. So, we're going to roll. Perfect. So since I'm back, I got a lot of different tea, lots of sorts, tea bags. So I should put the tea bag in, and the water is slightly warm now. So 120 left. Alright, so yesterday at the HB we got pizza. So I've got vegetarian pizza. Actually warm slice too. So they'll probably get some dinner. And if it's pizza, I'll grab some. So let's take a big slice. So half a pizza here. So yeah. Gosh, it's so very, very, very fast. So you never used to really just hand pizza style pizza. I'm like shocked at how fast this is. Well, the normal beautiful Italian or whatever pizza is just dry. So you have like something soaking up the fat from the bottom of the box. I'm shocked. So let's see. So we just need milk too. And for the tea bag to be in the warm water for a little bit more. 4 minutes on the air fryer, warming the pizza. So I think I'll leave that there. We can go down in 4 minutes. So I'm gonna send a message to my hubby too. Oh, like my kid wants pizza. So more pizza. So just have this new Discord server here. Let's. Yeah, I'll have to look later. So, did you put anything in my? Oh, nice. You put it in programming. Very logical. Thank you. So there. Now we got a nicer piece here from Relaxer, who did 18 of the challenges on the Hack the Box CDF. That's so impressive. Yeah, they're not easy. They're hard. They're really hard. Teach me. And if you want to go stream with me, maybe on audio from the Discord or like some other way. With image too from Discord, we can do too if you want. So this is like the disassembled code here. This is what the program looks like. Though I didn't have colors, I think. Process. Library path. So now I really want to install Pwn on here. So I don't think this is...
N3RDH4x0R says, I'm not that good. I'm trying to follow XCT and 0xDF.
Oh yeah. So I don't know XCT, but OXDF. I just thought I'll start looking into stuff. I think I like put stuff that I should see. I think it was from his channel, maybe. So if you have any tips to get started and learn things, because it's very different from just doing boxes or looking at TryHackMe. So even the basic buffer overflow stuff on TryHackMe wasn't good. I did the hack the box free thingies there, but they were not talking about canaries or anything. You know, it's just like very, very basic. So, and I do think you're good. You're just modest. So you're like so much ahead of me. So it installs some things that are required. They want this to be pip, but successfully installed. So because this is code and it's like it is, I'm gonna restart it. And hopefully we don't have a squiggly, and hopefully we have some pop-ups on mouse over. So come on. There. So now we know stuff about process. Nice. So I used to have Pwn tools. I just deleted all the files in my user directory. That's not when I'm going to reinstall. So I want to clean out stuff, you know. And then you don't have time to reinstall. So then you're left with a not very well functional computer. So I think I actually moved stuff as a backup. So argv any shell execute, and this is within square brackets too, right? So many things here. This is a process class, and I want list of arguments to pass to the spawned process, but the process itself must be in there. I'm thinking constructor if it's a class, right? I've used process, so this is just more complex, giving it libraries and library paths. Also, the download did contain files too. I think this file was in the download, right? So it beeped downstairs, so my pizza and tea are probably done. And before I go down, I'm going to send a message saying to my hubby that my kid wants pizza. So guess what? Linus wants pizza, but in Swedish. I'm like language confused now. Yeah, I can't spell pizza anymore even then. I should have said guess what. There's no good word for that. So yeah. So the Hack the Box meetup, someone said there I took some pictures. That's true. So just checking my messages at the same time. Quickly. There, done. So I need to go down and get that. I guess this can be on. So the best thing really to do with this, we can let it work on it. Let's send this to Canary payload, and here's the payload. This is what I want to know. You know, I don't want to know all of this. I want to know how to get to this conclusion, right? And since I don't know the Canary things, so Canary hacks. Change to Canary hacks. Oh. I'm like, alright, so we need to add this here. Okay. Okay, get that. So let's ask ChatGPT to copy it, not to copy it, but to explain it while I'm getting the tea. So actually, we can still have that there. Let's go here. Pasting without thinking. So I'll read that when I get back and have some tea. So now the tea bag's been sitting in there a bit. It's a lot of water, so milk. Let's actually give a spoon to. Yeah, and the honey's all in there too. That smells nice. And some milk. Let's not forget the pizza. So actually, since I've been a bit sick, the only one that looked tasty was the one that was vegetarian. Jag skickar till pappa, gubben. Jag skickar till pappa en pizza. Jag skickar till pappa att du vill ha pizza.
Okay, what's that?
Det är den där med grönsaker. So, full teacup, very full. big full teacup. And I like the air fryer. Now it's really like new. This would be funny to get pizza today. He hasn't answered yet. But since it's vegetarian, no one else wants it.
Your exploit is attempting to overwrite the return address after bypassing the stack canary. Here are a few things to check. Canary extraction. Ensure you have correctly leaked the canary from a format string vulnerability or another method. The canary should be inserted exactly as leaked, including the null byte if applicable. Padding adjustments. BA*52 should precisely fill up to the canary. If the offset is incorrect, use a cyclic pattern to determine the right padding. The BB*8 after the canary is for the saved RBP, so ensure it's the correct length. Return address. P64, 0x40137F, should be a valid address, like the start of a shell function or system, /bin/sh. Pi and NX. Check if pi is enabled, check /quack_quack, and adjust addresses accordingly. If NX is enabled, a ROP chain might be needed instead of directly jumping. Debugging. Run with gdbq/quack_quack and use info frame after crashing to inspect stack layout. Use p.req bundle, if needed to control interaction timing. If it still doesn't work, try confirming each step individually, leak the canary, confirm padding, and verify the return address.
So this is the answers, kind of answers I get. I've never had it say it can't answer something. So maybe not even type more and see if it just does it. Tells us. Sorry for not reading. Hej gubben! Vänta en sekund. So I'm just going to order pizza. Let's see. Pizzeria. So this is like the fourth or fifth week in a row. So we talked about we have to do something else. We used to buy Thai food every other week, and now they went like not as good the pizzeria place. So it's not fun buying the Thai place. So it's not fun buying from them anymore. So I guess I will call the pizzeria again because my kid wanted pizza, right? And we don't have any better ideas. So I didn't tell him he would get it, but yeah, we have to plan some better dinners for. But I kind of like the thing of not cooking on Fridays. Hej, jag skulle vilja beställa. Om du har det kvar samma som förra veckan. Samma som förra veckan egentligen, men jag kan säga en quattro.
Grönsaker. Och en, det var capricciosa eller?
Ja, precis. Yes.
Och en zero to foliage. Eller vad?
Vänta, min telefon bara krånglade för att det var någon annan som ringde. Ursäkta, jag hörde inte. Ja, precis. Dricka och pizzabröd. Zero tack, det blir bra. Tusen tack. Hej. So, I said same thing as last week if you had it. And he had it. That's like when you order too much pizza, right? And they also like drive it here and everything. Yeah, it's very lazy. Yeah. So that pizzeria used to be very close, so we could go there easily, but they moved. And we don't have any pizzerias right there, so then it's very easy to just order. There was one pizzeria that started that just were closer, but then nobody purchased their pizza because it wasn't as good. So this place is better. Yeah. So my hubby thinks it's cold, the pizza. I don't. I think it's as good as normal. It's not like you eat in there, but if you're carrying it home yourself, it still gets like not new. So, as one of my kids is not very, or probably two, wouldn't wanna, both, in other words, wouldn't want to go there and eat anyway. So, yeah. So let's see what ChatGPT said. So first we sent just a code, and it understood that we wanted. It was probably thinking I wanted to debug it, right? But what I really wanted was for it to explain the process arguments and the other stuff. So I'll do ask again. But first, it mentioned string format vulnerability, and I'm like, details. So I just copy pasted as I was eating pizza, right? And I'm getting more pizza. Oh gosh. Well, I eat like a third or maybe sometimes half of the pizza. Usually not. So it's not like I will eat a lot anyway. If you suspect the format string vulnerability, find the canary. So let's run this. So I have Quack Quack, right? I have Quack Quack on there. I think I tested this. But the VM died also at some point. It's still on. And we got this error again. So I'm so sorry for this. This was our problem, right? We apparently got the same error still. So maybe I should have gone with an older version instead of. This is not the same one though. To not fully install the remote. So let's just do this first so we're fully up to date. Yeah, and it's doing that one again. Yeah, there's a syntax problem here. Though this is warning, right? So I almost need to check this out. So I was gonna run the executable. We will. Let's just quickly check this first. And let's just check the file is there. We can read it. So let's just cat it instead. Right, I had already in the copy. So what line? 188. So maybe we should open it in editor because, yeah, you know. So there's supposed to be S in there. PyPy interpreter C. Insertion error. So this is not supposed to happen when you just install something, right? This is why we like Kali, because everything just works. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, we probably do that. But let's just run it first. What's here? That got commented. It got commented. As you can see, my like stream duration on those, they have a comment character at the start, and this is also a comment character, so that's why it's not red. So I'll read it. Fix broken dependencies, sudo apt fix broken install, clean up partial packages, sudo apt clean sudo apt auto clean. So, and also we had to do dpkg stuff to fix old problems before. But let's I think it's in probably in downloads. And I think I probably put it in like HTTP/CDF. And CDQ. My god, my fingers definitely wanted to do that again. It's not like I think when I type it, you know? So there it is. So yeah. So let's do that. Where are your quack manners? And let's also like so quack, quack, and then we do that. Ready to fight the dog. And we're not getting, we got a percent P. So I guess we do this again. And as it turned 19, my Terracme popped up. So obviously it's, oh, they have changed this now? Look, I had like a tiny thing of the new ones in the middle. So what happened? Okay, so no. Okay, they didn't think it looked pretty with the tiny ones. So I haven't done identity security at all. I have done not very much privilege escalation, but vulnerability analysis. Okay. Threat hunting and digital forensics are not as much as security analysis. That's odd. I've done the most penetration testing, then red teaming, then exploration, and not much instant response. Security operations. Okay. So what if you click one of these? Then you get the list, right? So these, we looked at the lists before, and they were like a bit odd because there were not a lot in there. So list is the one that I didn't have anything on. Okay, so encryption crypto 101 was in there, but otherwise not a lot. And so was it, this is what I had most in? So they have the full Advent of Cybers in here, among other things. So there's still more, it's still much more in the list of what I have not done, right? Than the completed list. It's shorter. Just compare the scroll bars, right? And it still looks like I've done all the things. So they might just made it friendlier to look at instead of the tiny little blob in the middle that it used to be. Okay, interesting. Anyway, we were not going here, right? This path that I just hopped on because it's ending is ending Tuesday. And I will have a Hack the Box event for lots of hours tomorrow, like 8 hours. We'll see if I'm there for 8 hours. Yeah. So that just popped up by itself. Let's paste. Quack quack. P input. This will land the code strip split for well in leak. Yeah, so let's see what it says about this. We got the percent P back. Input filtering. So we can look at the code, both the actual one and the write-up. I've never used these. I've ever heard of them like one time. So that's what I need to do more of. If neurons or spaces are added. So it's good at finding problems. Let's try one thing at a time, right? So run again. Quack quack. 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 Quack quack. It's a bit interesting though that it does this, right? Maybe it will find something. And there is a new line in there, right? So it is actually hopping down here. Let's see how quick I can be typing that. Alright. So we sent a new line. So we already really try that. Whatever, let's do it the backslash and wait too. Oopsie. Oh. That's so annoying when that happens. What did it grab? Right, it didn't the copy didn't work. I did copy with Control C, and it didn't work. So look, this is what it sent. I did definitely not copy this. It definitely had this selected, right? There we have quack quack. 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 And this time I'm going to test with Notepad. Yeah, I just have the one thing I want. There. And we're going to add a backslash n. Alright. And it did the same thing, but it printed out backslash n. So I heard the door, so I'm going down for a sec. My hubby came up. I'll be right back. So I just wish my tea was still as warm as first. So let's see here. Yeah, so I thought this was interesting. We'll see if what it says. Maybe I shouldn't read this, but do this. We'll get all the code too, though.
Your input suggests that only %5p, %6p, %7p, %8p is being processed, meaning the first 4 format specifiers are being stripped or ignored. Here's how to proceed. 1. Adjusting positioning. Since %5p is the first one interpreted, try increasing the index to leak useful addresses. Quack quack %5p, %6p, %7p, %8p, %9p, %10p, %11p, %12p. If the stack canary is stored nearby, it should appear as an 8-byte value ending in 00. 2. Checking for canary. Look for an output value resembling
Oh, it was nice and good.
0x12345678000. If found, extract it in your exploit. 3. Automating the leak. Try a script to capture stack values.
Okay.
From pwn import asterisk. P equals process, /quack _ quack. P dot
Yeah.
send line.
Yeah,
$5
but I want to
P,
try it
$6 P,
manually
$7 P,
first.
$8 P, $9 P, $10 P, $11 P, $12 P. P dot req bundle, quack quack. Leak equals P dot rec line, dot decode, dot strip, dot split.
So
For val in leak. If len, val, equals 18 and val dash 2 equals 00. Canary equals int, val, 16.
Oops.
Log dot success,
I did it again.
canary, hex, canary. Break. This script identifies a canary if it's present. 4. If canary is a
I
leak.
did copy
Increase
after that.
%n $p
I
values
did.
and try %x instead of %p. If ASLR is enabled, leak a
I
function address
so
to bypass
copied
it.
this.
Debug with
Right.
GDB, break asterisk print F
Copy.
to see the format string
Copy.
processing.
Copy.
Let me know if you need help analyzing specific outputs.
Paste. So what I hate about this is that it fills up my it fills up my history and I'm not clearing it out, so I have to do that manually, and that's not fun, is it? So it again got the last ones, which is quite interesting. So and let's see what it says about this. Actual stack values, you might want to be at higher index. I think that might be ChatGPT. So it's just not taking the first 4, whatever we type, kind of thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, I need more information, right? X instead of P. So no. So it's so warm in here, right? It's actually a little bit colder, but it's 28.1.2. Okay. I'll open my door a bit more. So I'm allergic to spring, and my hubby has his window open, but now he's home and his door will probably be open a lot, so I tend to close it. It's not like he remembers to. Yeah, I'm thinking we need a new strategy. That was one. So, and also ChatGPT will stop working soon. Quack quack. $12 ago, 2 days ago. People are quick. I guess that's it, right? Quack. 2024. So Let's check those two out. So here they at least say they're in Ghidra, right? And even if they didn't say like, do this to get it there or whatever. The like official write-up didn't even say it, just said here's the decompiled code. Quack quack, yeah. Yeah. We can infer finds the position of our marker string. Printf leaks memory starting 32 bytes after our string. Alright. The second read looks suspicious. Let's grab a payload leak memory. So now this is a write-up. This is not a write-up. This is not a write-up. Let's see, main SVC buffers are first goes buff 1. So it's talking a little bit about it, what's happening. I didn't actually read all of it, but so this is like it's not enough details for a noob like me to understand. It was never done the canary thing. So now let's just compare it with this quickly. So they run checksec. They get some information. Secondary bypass. Disassemble with IDA. These are using IDA. Oh, so this is what IDA does. Did this one have meaning there? No. This one did. So this is more like what I saw. This is more similar to what I saw. And IDA did this. I guess I should look at IDA. I already knew that I need to, right? But this is a much prettier function, isn't it? The only the free version, right? And this is also so much shorter. And this is like what I saw. This is what I saw. And there wasn't even like this. I had even more of them, I think. Buffer v3 v1 for oh, quick look flush. read. And there's a little arrow thing. Stir, we knew this. V1. So it didn't make this nicer. I mean, I would have almost expected if not this, right? Or not the semicolon. Where are your quack manners? So, I do feel a bit tired, and my throat hurts. It's only been 6 hours. But I don't think I'm really up for reading a lot of this. I'm thinking we can do some programming instead. Switching a bit. Or maybe also tomorrow I can't be late. I have to get up so I can be somewhere at 12. And if I'm like streaming late, then I wanna sleep late. So let's see if we can fix this first, right? I'm not gonna like debug their thingy. So we can use your NerdXers thingies. I don't think it's the installation that's actually broken in that way. Maybe it is. Yeah, let's go with these. We can do all of them. So how come I didn't grab it all? Oh, I didn't sudo. Yeah, I feel I'm a bit tired. But I haven't been streaming all the week. So just at the same place where it crashes. Yeah. So kinda thought it would try the same. It will take some time and then it will crash, right? So let's actually exit this one for now. And I'm kind of thinking, let's make sure I didn't have anything there. That's where I usually run like. So you know what? Do you know what happened? This VM, the Proxmox server just restarted. Did you hear it? So now it's starting again. So the Proxmox server is off. This is not exactly, I've never seen that before, that it actually just restarted. So if we update this now, we will have a bit of a problem. And also the VM that we're currently connected to here, right? It does not exist anymore. This should be like nothing, no response, because it's actually off. Off. I'm actually going to move that one over to the screen where you can't switch to. So okay, check stuff. Yeah. So I'm reading your message, Nori, on the screen where no one can see. So I won't see what it says either. That's scary. Oh, that's a pizza. I have to go get the pizza. We'll be right back. Yes. Wait a sec. I have to turn the mic off. Have to mute. It was squished. It's like indenting here. Actually, take a photo of that. So. You can see its fingers. So my pizza was on the bottom. So when he grabbed with his fingers on the slightly moist box, it just squished the box in. There's fingertips like this. Wow. So it got stuck in the lid. So a bit disappointing, but it's like mostly just one eighth of it that's squished. I'll start with that one. Yeah, so break. So we can't have the server doing this, it doesn't work, right? So I have actually said that they started using Proxmox at work. I suggested. So it's my fault if they crash. It's really the VMware pricing in Broadcom, you know. Let's watch this. Nah, that's not fun. No. I'll be done soon anyway. Why is it so slow? I probably wouldn't understand this anyway, right? I need to learn. Va? Okej, det är ingen fara. Made from trash. So why can't I have something fun here that we want to see, right? We could like look at this one. Will be done before I find anything. I must have like almost no notifications on. Why did I add those? I don't know. Yeah, it was for the the hardware hacking thingamajig. So you think you know Git, and then this image. Haha. So these three pieces that were close, were like squished. This is the one I had up that I almost started. 45 minutes, nah. This is interesting. Why ATX power supplies don't load balanced power connectors. So, as I'm using one to make our desk power supply later, that might be interesting, but it's 30 minutes. What happened? The whole channel is SSH explained. Oh, what a broad topic. Nevim is better. Totally objective. Because it's not. It's has a V in the name, right? I'm assuming there's long shortcut thingies. I got stuck in V the other day again, so I just closed the terminal. It was Git that started it. I refuse. That's the only thing I refuse learning, really. Oh. PS5 3 Beep of Death. So I kind of have Blink of Death or something on a PS3. I should probably either click it or not. Gemini plus DeepSeek. $65.02. What use that? I'm so full now. Why does it pop up stuff I've already seen? Like, we just watched the stream, actually. Kind of on stream. We didn't watch, we just had this audio on. So I'm kind of done. Yeah, it was thinking this image that was secured now. So. Should we go with Go? I'm curious to continue that actually. My throat feels happier now when I'm eating a little bit. So the box is so soft, it's wet. Right? So it's all wet. So that's why you got the finger problem there. Can you see the fingers? Squished up inside. I'll bring the pizza down and grab something to drink. I forgot to. So, yeah, so we're not gonna watch any videos, of course. I was just thinking while I'm eating 3 pizza slices. So, I do have something more to eat, some bread. Tiberius made a lot of videos today. Have to look at them. Have to look at them. 4 hours ago. So I'm not opening a million tabs. But this, didn't I look at this one? Oh, this is a series of 36 videos. That's actually where we were going, but we're not gonna actually watch it. But I've already seen these. So it keeps popping up videos I've already seen, in other words. So at least 3 of the ones it had on there I already saw. So what we did look at was Go routine tutorial. And actually, this is like where we are still. Protocol buffers. Maybe that's interesting. Channels. We looked at channels and weight groups. But we didn't finish this one, right? And the real-time YouTube monitoring system sounds interesting. Doggerizing your Go applications. WebSocket. Yeah, I'm really tired. Just repeating myself. Also, I thought we could look at what they did with a port scanner, right? Because we were making a port scanner. So I didn't actually look at this yet. It looks like we did a bit though, but I don't think we did. It probably just started, or my memory's bad. Worker pools, yeah. So worker pools. This is really what we were aiming at, right? I'm just trying to remember what on earth I was doing. So I usually don't watch videos, so this has been a very odd stream. So
in the last few videos of this course, we've been looking at things like mutexes and channels and buffer channels in order to effectively communicate and to prevent or guard ourselves against these conditions within our component applications. Now in this video, we're going to be taking the knowledge we've learned in these videos one step further, and we're going to be looking at how we can implement worker pools within Go. Now, before we go any further, we should really try and understand the concept of worker pools and what advantages they provide us. Now, in other languages, the concept of a worker pool is there to effectively reduce the costs of spinning up new threads every time you have a new action or a new job that you want to process. In Go, the thread model is typically one thread to many Go routines, and the cost of spinning up these Go routines is relatively insignificant compared to the cost of spinning up a thread.
Just don't try to do
So
65,000 at the same time.
Doesn't really apply here. However,
15,000 works though.
Effective when it comes to trying to limit the number of concurrent processes.
Let's start at the beginning, okay? So the thing that I had up before, and let's keep those up. Maybe not this one or this one, but that one. Let's go to go. I'm going to have fun with that forever. It's so bad. It's almost good. Go. Scan go. So, time go. What did time hop to this for? Oh, I know. Because all of these are mains, and that's my problem with it. As we're in a Git repo, it kind of wants only one. So we'll keep popping up errors, though it's actually nothing wrong with it. So this tiny scanner works for, it doesn't, you don't ever get any errors, but as we generate Go routines for all the parts, and then we'll listen to the messages, we will have like 65,000 possibly of these, right? So we need to make a better way of doing this. I tried making a channel of 500 max. So that didn't do anything. So we can undo that. Let's F5 it. See if it works. Right, we need arguments. Yeah, we have a default one. Forgot it. It's very quick. So mostly Git in here. That's usually what I use my PowerShell prompt for. And here we have the run go. Run go. Go run, I should say, right? Go run. 0 to 65,000. 61. 61 is this machine, so it's not a good test. It's not friendly. I mean, it's not like let's just do 1. Okay. I didn't click on purpose, it just happened. Was kind of quick, right? So this happened to be correct. I think. Let's actually do bits instead. So let's do to 10,000. And then we do like 2 to 3. And we can even use say port that doesn't exist, you know, and not allowed. So we will do like up to 7,000 later. Because you get an error from those saying this is not an OK port, and on errors I don't do anything. It's just a different error than the normal one. So we don't really need to care about that for now with the simple thing. So if we were to have another port open, so I'm thinking, what could I possibly do? We can use another computer. Let's set up a VM and like open some port or something. We can use a Kali VM. And we can just listen with an ActCat on several ports. That will be good. Let's see what it says about that. Here you can see that it just gave the same error message, right? Or no ports. And if we did then like 0 to this, we get all the 5 ones quite quickly. But I think that it actually only, if I print all of them out, it does like 15,000. And I'm not exactly sure about if it was exactly 15,000 because you don't want to read 15,000 lines, right, of output. But it's easy to just have a debug. This verbose here, we set it to verbose. And we save this. And we go run it again. And we're not going to do it here because it will be horrible to scroll. So obviously because I have OBS in there too, right? I think so at least. Public programming go, and no LA because that it won't work. So scan. We also have a compiled one there, crazy big, 3 megabytes. Yeah, they're crazy. So go run. Nah. So now we should have error messages. for all the lines. An operation on a socket could not be performed because the system lacks sufficient buffer space or because the queue is full. Invalid port. So, right, we will have to output this into something because the target machine actually refused it. So here are some correct ones. So we end up here in 14,000. So do we have all the lines? No, we only have here we have some as you can see, this is also 15,000. Right. And then we're 5343, 7559. A connection attempt failed because the connection party did not properly respond after a period of time, or established connection failed because connected host has failed to respond. But I saw other ones. This is actively refused it. The other ones are gone from the history. The ones which said it was like busy, right? So I would like to tee this, but we're in PowerShell, so I don't know. Should be Google. T PowerShell, right? There's a T object. There's T. So give me an example. Get process T file path. So we can do that, right? So let's pipe it to T instead. I was thinking we can just put it in a file, but I do want output too. I could have not copied the last character there, right? Output.txt. For on Windows, we will use .txt, I guess. So, it's not like I care about the space, but go run and all ports, including ones that doesn't exist, right? So we should get the not an OK port number message too. And we should get all the things because system lacks sufficient buffer, right? This is what we see a lot, but we didn't see it because it was too early. I kind of can see the number. I think we're on 60,000 now. And now we're receiving the messages back. And we're getting the last ones. The invalid port number for 65 to 70,000. So now we can look at this. We're not going to type it because it will still overflow. So where do we open it? I guess this is a good choice, right? Will we crash the computer? Nah. So we get a confirmation of what machine and what ports we're asked to do, and starting scan of ports. Requested address is not valid in its context. So we're not getting any error messages here. First, when we get to 16,040, we start getting the errors. So let's I guess we can make this tinier. Oh, whatever. Control scroll didn't work, so Control Shift scroll worked. So we're still not seeing the full lines. There. No, so it just moved within this. Okay. Yeah, so it can't do it. Okay, just accept, but Shift scroll is this. Okay. So we don't see error of So this is a whole error message of the error. So all of these, you can see the change there. System, why did it change? So I'm just paging down, holding the button. So we're 10,000 lines down. I'm gonna fall asleep. So we need to do it better. It's like we already knew this, right? Actually, oh, we got some other output here. So we got an invalid port for the ones that are not correct ports, which is right. So we're going to do like 10,000 ports now and see if we get errors. I'm just curious how much buffer space. Then we have more invalid ports. Yeah, so you can't do 65,000 things at once with no delay. If we put a delay, which we don't want to.
Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
Okay, I'll hydrate. Thanks. So let's keep going down. Still the same error. So we didn't see them at the end, right? Oh, so now we're getting to the ones that actually have an actual answer. Still buffer here. So from these are the first ones, the lowest port numbers. And they're kind of answering in different times, right? We know how quickly these are the actual correct not opens, right? So we could count how many of the different errors we got, but as the error contains the port, they would all be different. So we'd have to like cut that out of it. We would have to check for if it contains this. Like we could do that easily. So we could just count the different errors. Like why think about it and not do it, right? So we can always know how many errors we got that were actual errors. Scan. I always think that the bright light ones here, not the dark one, is the one that's active. So I clicked on the one that was already active. Didn't read what it said. So, 6 hours and 56 minutes. So this is where we print the error, meaning we don't want to do this only for wearables. We want to always do this. So we want variables that are generally available that we can count up. And this is the string that we want to match. And why did I do that? Something is off with my keyboard. So, why did I get Japanese keyboard? Okay, I want Swedish keyboard, thank you. Don't ask me why. So I deleted one of them and both were deleted too. So apparently this is underlined. It's not used. Yeah. So it's not actually an error. This would compile fine. It's just that it's a warning that it's not used. I don't think those should be squigglied. Maybe it's good debugging. Though I don't want it to squiggle that we have a million mains, because this is a directory with a million mains in. Tiny programs to test and learn stuff. So, closed account plus, all right, actually, like if. What's the if syntax? We can see it just above there. If dot is open. If new message dot problem. We don't have a lot of things here, right? And I would kind of reverse those and do in. It was like Python, so I'm kind of thinking Go seems similar except for the OPs, you know. But I don't know how Go does that yet. Haven't learned that much. This is the fourth time we do Go. So in string Go. String contains. Okay. Strings contain. Strings is what? Is it several strings? Strings is what we include. So it's a function and we have two. Okay, I thought it would be dot on the string. Maybe you can. Still strings dot contains. Yeah, and all of them are like that. Is that the only way to do it? str substr string. So This is what we need, the full thingy. But let's just see if we get something else too. Maybe this one. So I'm looking for quicker versions of it. I don't think there is, right? So, and this is too smart, really, because when I do this, and I'm going to save now, Control S. No? So far it's just added stuff. So you don't need to actually add it. It's by default, I'm thinking. Or maybe since we have strconv in there, it's included in there. That's for converting ints to strings to ints, I guess. We're using that. So if this contains this, then we bird wings, and we're going to fmt dot printf. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do that later though, so we can save it. So I did copy that variable. I guess that's what the name I called it. So plus equals. We tested just by chance and it works there. So it's like, so far for me, Go feels like a mix of a few things. Tiny little C, but mostly Python, very similar to Python and a lot of things. Except that we use bird wings instead of positioning. But I think also positioning, because in C we could have just put all the lines after each other with semicolons, you know? So let's make it. And we can make this just this is not like a pretty program. So var is what we use to make ones here, and we could do bird wings for that. And this one is supposed to be, so we did like int, right? And then we could probably do this. Is this correct syntax? So I get a squiggly on here. Let's add another line here and another one. Oh, this is totally wrong. Why do I have no? Because I copied it. Yeah, this is not what I wanted. So I can't have that there. I guess I do it again. It was just, yeah, that's what I wanted. I was just afraid we would have too many things there, right? No, why am I on that again? Did I'm like blind, right? There. That's it. And we want what more code? This is an actual error count. Let's give it something more descriptive, right? Let's call these the close one, refused. Refused count. That's more actually refused count. Refused count. And if and this will be so similar to the one before, so we just copy and I'm gonna grab from this file this thing. And if I scroll down, we all of these. There we go. The connection failed because the connected party didn't properly respond. These let's just grab a number here, right? First of all, let's do the simpler one. I think they were well like here somewhere. All right, that was a problem. Yeah, invalid port. So let's grab a count of those two. So invalid port is like the last one we should do. I'm thinking. But it doesn't matter for now. Why did it hop all the way there? And yeah, now it worked. So switch keyboards again here by mistake. It was because I was clicking Control Shift and Alt together with scrolling and trying to make the text size change. Invalid port count refused. I think refused will be enough with one word. And I think I have a syntax error here. Let's grab this line here. I don't know. This was only for the output. So we have some simpler goes here, but we have one for variables. Var name int equals. Yeah, so I'm right. And here's when it's grouped. Name type equals value. And this looks funny in here. Oh, yeah, we want that one in there, right? So I don't like it when it's not opening in a new tab here. So let's just equal 0 this one too. And I think we don't even have to add this equal 0 because I know that in Go that's a default in Go. Because they always initialize the variables. I guess like Python too, right? So so the red little dot there is that we have a squiggly here. Expected indent. I'm curious what is expected ident. I guess we open the variables one in a new one. Here's the block. Oh, it's parentheses, not squigglies. Not bird wings, that's why. Okay. So, it would be more logical for me to have bird wings here, but it's parentheses. Oh. Why? Why choose to have parentheses? And what is the thing that could be put here to make this in the same line? Is there something like that? If you know, go tell me. I'm curious. So we started looking at the Go page and grabbed some basic info on how it works, you know. And then we started making this thing. And why did this one again get removed by this? So let's just error. So yeah, that's not where I'm going. I'm going here. At what places do we print errors? Is it more than one place? This is why it's nice to have a file lab, and now we can search for this. Let's do this one. 6509, right? So we find there's just one of them. Okay. So we don't get all, we get a one per line. That's what I thought, right? But it doesn't really compute. That's the way it is in my brain too. So let's just add others here. This. Okay, first one first, so it doesn't do that. This is one error that we get. I'm like, how do I fix this the easiest way? Go through it all again. We already did that, right? So we have the invalid ports. Then we have the no connection could be made, and these are the refused. We already have those. Sure. Connected party did not properly so these are timeouts. So let's do it the correct way now, right? So a connection attempt failed. The connect did not properly respond over a period of time. Or establish a connection failed because the whole connected host failed to respond. So this is insufficient buffer. So insufficient buffer, and this one is timeout, and we need to add count to both so we can count how many of them there were. So, and then we just copy this thing and paste it twice. But I kind of think invalid port, that means it's too high, right? So if we grab this one, which is timeout, which is which is a nice logical correct error kind of thing, right? A timeout is supposed to be a thing that can happen, and it's not like we did the program wrong, right? And now we're getting a switch thing, right? Timeout count is supposed to be there, and we also need to set it to 0 and make it so refused timeout, invalid port. So the error one, we're getting rid of this, and we're going to add a line here for the other one. So low battery. That means I've run out of both of my ears. Battery. It removed the tab there. I'm doing the equals 0 because I think it's prettier, even though it's also already happening. So let's just grab that and there. So we have the long strings that we get. These are logical and reasonable that we can get refused. It's closed. And we can get timeout. It didn't respond that it is closed, right? And then we have the ones that's actually an error. The buffer didn't work. We couldn't do this. So lacked sufficient buffer space. Queue full, right? And then we have the use told me to check port 80,000 that doesn't exist, right? So this is also like a correct thing. This is the one we want to really know about. But I'm thinking we want to print them all. And maybe it's not like a print result thing. That's pretty and like a part of the scan result. But this is like a debug thing. And therefore I will just put it straight here. So let's make it obvious that it's debug. And in here we'll do print. Right, so the printf ones need a backslash ends, or they won't do the thing. Or we do print lines, but I kind of want all the same, and we will have formatted on some of them, so it looks prettier like this. So this will also be a backslash n, and then we're going to, we have 4 values to print, and so I'm not 100% sure about the syntax, but I'm going to add the percent something too. probably my brain says %t. We'll see if it's correct, right? So, and I could have added that at once. So we have our debug information here. And as the names of the variables are quite okay. I kinda want to save this output too, so let's just see what's the problem. I'm just totally out of, yeah. So this is what I should have printed. So my brain said it's something like this, but it didn't remember this darn FMT and cases. And also the variables might maybe I should do camel keys, but I think this is easier to read like this at least. I don't remember what I read right. So the names of the functions that are like external, which we don't know anything about yet, but they're supposed to be uppercase first letter, and the internal one's lowercase. So that's why the functions that we use that are external on their part, they have uppercase. So, but we should use lowercase for things. But we shouldn't do this, I guess. This should be lowercase and big R here. So, so new message problem. So we have a squiggly. What's the squiggly for? What I'm thinking. Oh, why did that happen? So we can print it, but for some reason we can't compare to it. So temp str sets equals instead of var because we're in a function, and then we do this thing then, and put it there, and then this is not in use, so we're going to copy it and put it here, and that will work. But will it work here? No. So it is not actually a string. It is the type of error, right? So how do we make it a string? Yeah, we can see there it says error. We're not setting the type, it's by default it's going to error because new message is error. New message is scanned port and the problem is error. So how do we convert this to a string? Convert error to string. Convert error to string. Go. So get an error message in a string. That's kind of what we want, though. It's just error string. I kind of thought of something right now. So what if we say, those pop-ups, that's Visual Code's a bad thing. So what if we say this is a string, right? And then it will tell us, you can't do this. Can you quick fix this? Expected semicolon. So we're going to do var here instead. And now this is the problem. Variable of interface type error has string value in variable declaration. Yeah, so this is what we need to fix. And field problem error. So error and error. Yeah, and then they say this doesn't work. Error's new an error? No, we want a string, not an error. So how do we convert? They do again. Error's new. They want to use string functionality with this variable, that's why. FMT error. V prints the value of EX for strings. If it is a string for errors, error method for scrolly thingy here, it's black. The string for stringer plus string. Stringer, I don't know what. Errorf, FMT errorf. So yeah, here they have the actual thing we're doing. FMT sprint error. So we can just sprint. So as I don't think I want this in. This is I was thinking we might do that, but it's not pretty. What do you think? I don't think it's pretty. We just do it in one place at least. So now I just fix these. Yeah, and I could have done them all at the same time. But this was easier. So so we want the output, but we also TF file. And we're going to output 2 now because I want the other one left just to compare to. Scan go. And the IP.
Hello, what are you doing?
Hello, we are making a port scanner, but currently we're just adding information about what messages we get on the screen here. So it will be kind of quick. So we're currently
nice with Go.
Yeah. So currently we don't have any functionality for it not to send all the things at once. So we're just sending 65,000 and we get errors. So right now, just before we fix it, I want to have like it listing how many of every error type we got so we can see. So it's currently like increasing variables. Yeah, so it's using the Go routines. So it's insufficient buffer count 49,000. So this is about the ones I thought. So we got 260 timeouts, refused counts. I've just if it contains the string, the error message.
Nice is Go resource intensive.
I don't think so. I think it seems smart. Stuff that's bad, like Discord, which I have on actually, it kind of crashes my computer. So if it doesn't crash my computer, it's good. So we did up to 7,000. That's why we get this port count or valid ports, right? Because this is what I run from 0 to 70,000. And also the first one, this is why we used. I found TI, because I was like, yeah, I'd like to T this. If this was Linux, I would T it. And what's T? So found it. So now let's actually close this file so we don't have both mega big files up at once. Right. So we need this one too. So of course we shouldn't have 0 in there. So
And
I want
you're
this
checking
error
if the
too.
port exists based on the banner.
No, there's actually an is open thing that is special. So these are all the errors. I'll show you the code. It's very short and nice. So this was only for 0. It is not a valid address in this context, which is nice that it has a special name for that. Let's add it, and we can even have, it will always be 1 count, right? Bad context count.
I'm getting an ad.
Okay, good, I'm typing. So
I am back.
okay, welcome back. So this is the only thing I'm doing here, checking these. This is the it's open, and if it's not is open, let's show you what's in this new message. So we just do I'll do all of it soon. Let's just finish this, printing this. So because I kind of lost track. Yeah, I did paste that.
From scan port, you're getting message channel field.
Yeah, let's just see. So I finished this.
A new message.
I finished this. Yeah, so I finished all the things except for the output. That's what I was doing. So let's just paste that and copy this one. And so.
But message channel field, what value does it hold?
So let's. So I'm not expert. This is my first time looking at anything Go. So we started with basic like variables and stuff here. Now it messed up that one again. Let's come back to output 2. So now we have lots of these variables, and we have lots of. No, it added strings, by the way. So I decided to do it itself, which is nice. So we have a struct called scan port here, where it saves the port if it is open, and if there's a problem, the error, right? And then we have these variables that are only for counting the types of errors we get. So that's like most of the code so far. And this is parsing arguments, so it's not really any logic in there. It just gives us like port and IP, ports to scan. So the scan port one does So I don't remember really. I had to read it myself. So host, string, port, and message channel. Yeah, right. So we have added the message channel. So there. Sorry, it just died. So I have problems with my computer, and I've been sick, so I haven't fixed. I need to like reinstall it and fix some stuff. I still have a hard drive laying on the floor next to it, and I won't probably have time this weekend. We'll see. Maybe we'll do it on Monday. Like stream from my phone and fix the computer or something. We'll see if I have time. So let's continue remembering this. Right, so we do net.dial TCP, and then it wants it in this format, the host and the port, the things we have sent in, and then we do a conclose if there was no errors, and then we send back to the channel. As this is started with the go routines. So we send back the port and if it is true or false, if it actually was open, right? So and it sends error. So this would be nil then, if this one, you know. So if it connected, this will be nil. And let's see here. Error equals, yeah, so that's what this sends back. So we just get a connection and an error. We're not doing anything with the connection because we're not actually connecting, we're just closing it. And the error, that's what we still have left. So I was thinking of not sending this along as it's kind of obvious, right? But it's kind of nice to see it like just is open here. So if the port was open, but we could have just grabbed that from here too. So it's just to have it prettier. But now we added so much things
Nice
there for
script.
this is debugging. Just debugging. Oh, thank you. So this is just debugging, and we're trying to learn how it works and what error messages we get. The thing that is not nice. Let's see where it is. Yeah, right, of course, here. This is what is not nice. So what do? We have 70,000 now because I did 0 to 70,000, so we're 70,001. But just for testing to see what happens if we do like ports that are not there. We can try minus ports too, see what happens. Anyway, it runs it with Go, meaning it creates a Go routine.
Web app Pinterest?
No, because I'm still learning stuff and I'm starting to look for jobs, but I have not actually done an actual pen test because I don't have a job yet. So I'm looking. Yeah. So we can try like stuff, right? We can do web app stuff.
You have OSCP?
No. But I don't think I will get any certs either. But also OSCP is very expensive. So when I get a job, if they say like, go get the OSCP, I said, yeah, sure. Yeah, pay and I'll do it, you know? So, but also I need to dig into AD stuff more before I would try that. So we're actually doing AD stuff actually.
Because you seem to have a lot of knowledge.
Thank you. So I worked as an IT specialist for like 20 years. So I have a lot of like background, and I started programming when I was like 11 or something. So I have that knowledge behind me, you know. So learning a new language, it's not a big thing. It's like I knew there would be a function to compare to see if it whatever it was
but how
called
come you
in
didn't
this.
find a job yet?
I haven't been applying.
With all this experience.
So currently I've been home with my kids. a lot because they have special needs. So that's why I went. I've been working, but I have been working for my own company with like
Oh,
some
that's
random
why.
things. Yeah, yeah. So that's why. Um, but like since I know programming, I know it will be some kind of contains or in string or something to check if a string in is in another thing. So just Google for that. In string go, and we found this at once. You know, so it's as long as you know a language, you can just easily find stuff. And I just tested plus equals and it worked.
Yes, that's true.
But what I don't know, if someone knows Go, how would I put these two lines on one line? I can Google later. But it's not like
even the parenth.
Yeah, so I did a few. There's actually in my notes now. My notes are public. There's some basics. Here, so we have basics. Let's look at this in Obsidian instead, because this is Obsidian notes. So
Print from C.
yeah, exactly. But it's so I typed actually printf all lowercase
Print
now.
from Java.
Yeah. So it's all like merging together, and it's a lot of it is like Python too, I think, but it's not supposed to be object oriented. But I don't know enough yet to know what it does instead. Let's just see if I can find this. So I reorganized my notes, so I don't remember all the time. I forget that the programming is actually over the tools. No, it's not OP, and it's I started with both Rust and Go, so we'll have to continue Rust too. It's just stuff you need to know, right?
Why is it better than Python?
Because it's a compiled language, and yeah, it's good to know. Yes, I'm making a. I keep saying I'm making it, but it's kind of paused. I'm making a Python course. Yes, it's very much faster. That's it. So for making a port scanner, if you did it in Python, it wouldn't be optimized at all, right? Yeah, let's see here now. Where's Go? Go. I'm blind. I'm really blind.
Rust.
There's Python again. That's why.
What about Rust?
Yeah, so Rust we just did like half a web page, so it's really empty in here. So we have some links. We have a bit of information about variables. This is how far I got. So, but I don't want to mix them up too much. Now we really started with Go because someone suggested it. So that's why we did Go first. So here in this one we have basics, and I see something.
It'll leave you. ILL Go study as well.
Look what happened here. This one is reset. So they're supposed to be Go files.
Speaking to you.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Welcome back anytime. So we have information here. So if you want to learn Go, you can just read these and get the basics without having to look at anything else. Yeah, see you next time. So we have the basic structures. I checked these things out before there.
It's in your GitHub?
Yeah, this is on my GitHub. So I can do GitHub.
Can you send this link?
There. And also a not that updated version is available on my web page. So
thanks. So
if you go to fixitfor2.com notes, but if you click files in here, I did click. It's just slow. If you click documents that are not MD files, it will try and download them. So if we go for something like Go here, Go is not even in here because it's too new. We have the Rust. I don't think I have any files in there though. Let's click a Python script. So I need Python file. Gosh. Now I'm curious. Yeah, here we have Py. So let's click this one. and it wants to download it. So I need to fix this in some better way. I would like it to open here. So I need to get a better exporter from Obsidian for the nodes. Maybe I'll just, that's actually a GitHub project, so I can make a request there to add a feature. Or maybe we'll make it. So here's where we found the contains when we searched. And we found T. So let's go back here and check the output here. And I added this one as I had not done that before. Then we have all the error messages here, all of the different types. And at the end we can see this. And let's now run it again. Let's make sure that we have saved the file and hop over to this and just run it again. So let's do 3 as the output. And now we should have 5 lines there if I didn't do a syntax error. So again, 70,000 rows. Maybe I should change it to at least 66,000 or something. Oh. Just a sec. So, it was my mom. She said bye again, but she seemed a little like maybe she needed to talk more. So, oh, yep. I need to do some shopping for her tomorrow. Like I order online, so she don't have to carry all the things. There. So it's finished, and of course this is always 1 since this is a 0, right? We do 0 to 70,000. Yeah, I really need to mine this now. So we have refused count, we have timeout count, we have, we have open ports. This between the dashed lines, these are just our debug output, okay? So I'm going to actually change this now. Let's do minus 15 to 70. So I think we got invalids for those, right? I think I'm like shouldn't clear the screen here. So we get invalid part. These are invalids. 0 is the only one that's actually valid, but not in this instance. That's why we get not valid in this context, right? So these will get invalid. Now we have tested it, right? And all of these, they're closed. So actively refused. So we got 0 timeouts, we got 0 insufficient buffer count, and we got 15 invalid because I did minus, which is not a thing. So let's do from 1 to 1,000 and see what counts we get. This is why we did do this. This is the reason why. So we got refused plus scans. This is no errors. They're all either closed, should I say like something in the text there? The bad context is, I should probably move it closer to invalid port count because it belongs there, right? So it's really just output we need to change. So this is an error that is mostly probably only error 0, port 0, right? Is there something else that we would like to test? Let's try all the parts. And this refuse is actually closed. And then the timeout is when we don't get a reply. So in this case, it's probably because we're spamming it with so much traffic, right? So, or like, poor network. I wonder if my family has any problems. You can all guess what .1 is, right? So you need to go check on the family. I'll be right back. So I checked with them too if the network was working fine. Though we're streaming, right? So if it suddenly dies, then I know why. Nah. So let's do a few other scans. With these short ones. Right, we shouldn't overwrite out the output file. Let's skip the T. So this is 1000 ports. If we do 1000 to 2000, so we got only refused ones, and I'm kind of assuming it will be the same, right? So if we do from 1 to 10,000, let's kind of assume it will be the same still. So we'll see. Yeah, so that works too. I think it's about 15,000 that we start having problems. So now we have timeouts. We start getting timeouts here. So what if we up this a little bit more and do 20,000? Not 30, 20,000. So it does take a little bit more time. I don't know how much of that is just printing stuff. So now we got a sufficient buffer. So I said it was something with 15,000. So this plus this, but we still have a few timeouts here. I don't think the timeout amount compared to the last one was very big. But what was the timeout of this? So when we did 70,000 ports, including ports that don't exist, then we got 260 timeouts. So we can't have either timeouts, so these two should be always 0. And this is if we print double stupid numbers that don't exist. And also the same with the 0, 1, which is special, right? So if we do, again, it's 0 here, and do to 20 to have a very quick one. 0 to 20. So we get a bad context count. So I didn't save the file because I moved that, didn't I? So let's run it again to get it moved to the right place. What did I do? I think I moved something. Oh yeah, I'm just language confused. I did that last time too. Too much Python in my brain. So I did Python comments in Go code instead of C comments. So there, we got the bad context count, 0 from 0. And then we got closed. So if we do 1 to 100, we don't get the bad context. And we got 3 open ports, 97 closed. Maybe we should call it refused connection count. Though these are just debugging messages, but I kind of like having that. I didn't actually copy this first, so we should have done that. Refused connection count. And I probably should change those two. Let's just save and run it once more with this tiny scan, making sure that it works as it should. So 3 open ports. So now we need to fix the 15,000 variable, which is amazed. I'm so amazed that it can do 15,000 ports, or at least 10,000 with even a timeout, right? Let's start that one again. So 10,000 ports. And let's go back and look at this in the meantime. So we don't have much. We have the imports. We have this little type that we created a struct here. And then we have a little constant. We have our debug variables. Then we have the arguments parsing here. And we're not using the built-in ones because we want control later to do exactly the thing we want. And the built-in is quite limited. There's something you can include for that. So then we have the scan part, which is what is run with Go. Here, Go scan port and scan this thing. And then it will send the messages back to the message channel that we then later listen on and get the messages back in the next loop. So here's the send loop. Start the coroutines and they will send the messages back that we don't even start to listen to until we have sent all of them, all 70,000. And yeah. Alright, plus plus works too. Why did I do plus equals 1 now? So we can just plus plus it. So let's just plus plus. So I think that is like, doesn't work in Python and my brain is a bit Pythonified. So learn. So we just plus plus all of these. So what I don't think works is to remove the bird wings, right? Go can't do this, which C could. C could do this, but they would have a semicolon telling it where it ends, right? So this doesn't work. It needs the bird wings. Expected boolean, found simple statement, missing parentheses around. Yeah, so it doesn't get it. So we need these. We could put them on the same line, but when I save, right, if I did this with all these lines, because I would be happy to do that, it will just hop it back. So it's not worth even the work to do that. I don't know if it will fix that too, yeah. So the prettifying of what I've installed there, it fixes it to be that way. But it also added import and it also removes them. When I just added it and started continue typing, it's like, oh, it's done. Oh, it's because I control S all the time. So it's in the backbone. So let's continue. We didn't actually do anything today, but this now. Now we need to change these fours here. Actually, this is too big. This is too big for me, right? If this wasn't debug output, I would just make a function for it because I don't want main to be more than a page. Possibly a little more. My tea is out. I do have Coke though. It's not the same. It's not as good. And the squiggles on main is just because we have several mains over red ones here. So it's not just that when I try to run it, if I didn't mess with it, it wouldn't be able to run it. But it's aware enough to make these red as errors. So why are these red or marked? So why does it have 5? That's what I'm thinking of. Well, I want the arrow back, but I can't because it can't do that. So we saved over with one of the tiny ones, right? Maybe not that tiny. Was a yeah, that was 1,000 parts, no errors. Just the normal output and the debug. We should have a debug one too, right? If debug, but later. Now we fix the actual thing, make it actual better, right? Now let's not start all these things like a crazy person and get the messages after sending 70,000 things, because it could not be formed because system lacked sufficient buffer space or because a queue was full. That's what we get. Insufficient buffer, I call it. And then we get timeouts too, but that could be just because the server is busy. Let's actually test something. Did I add time? It probably removed it because I don't have it on. So I did have time here, right? Time now, time hour. So go. It might not even be in there. Pause maybe. How do I add pause or delay? No. Sleep. Time sleep. Yeah, it's time. I think I saw it before. Yeah. We had a lot of time dot minute times and stuff before that code we looked at. Yeah, definitely. So why does it keep using the same one? I'm going crazy for that actually. It's so annoying. It didn't used to. It used to just open a million tabs. I miss it. Probably a setting. Probably made a setting of it. It can be annoying to close them, but if you want something to be open, is there like a keep this tab thing? So let's see. We open this one. We don't edit anything. We could just put a space in it and we would get it open forever, but that's not what I want. Can I have like don't, yeah, pin. So now it's pinned. Now I can hop to other stuff, which isn't executable, but yeah, but I don't want it there. I wanted it there. So now it won't override it again and again and again. So if we want to unpin it, is it unpinned already? Let's see now. So the pin disappeared, I think, when I moved it. So if I click time go now, no, it's still there. So I have to close it to myself now. Let's test that. So close it, open another one. Yes, now it's back to behaving like it is, and we can pin it. Yeah. Oh, I'm okay with that. So QQ solve. Oh, right, it's pinned here again. I'm like, this is the wrong place. I wanted to go to this. So the pause. What I'm going to add is just a simple pause here, right? To see how this makes it do. So that was it adding time. It topped and added time to the end. But I've tried changing the order of these and it sorts them according to alphabet, which is also annoying, but it's, I guess I get it. So time dot second, I know this. Time dot and second is case, and then we could do like time something. We could probably do time dot millisecond, right? So millisecond times 100. Let's wait 100 milliseconds because it's several times, right? And see if we can make it with 20,000, which definitely got timeout, right? Even 15,000, but let's do 20,000. So save. It fixed the I didn't put any spaces there. So we do 20,000 now. And I think we T this. We T it to output 3. Yeah, that's good. I want to overwrite that one. And this time we do 20,000. And we're not getting the error for 0. So this is a reasonable thing. So we want to have clear examples of it failing before we fix it, right? And this is to see, will it get timeout still, even though we add a delay? Which we will have to wait forever now. 20,000 times. It wasn't that slow. So it's getting the responses now, meaning it sent all the things, did all the delays. So I need probably to add more time. So we didn't get any timeouts now. We didn't get any insufficient buffer count either. And we were probably still quicker than Nmap, but what else? So let's go with the whole 70,000 and see if we don't get any buffer, then that will be problematic or very odd. If time makes it not get buffer. So because my buffer is, yeah, let's do 40 first. I'm just thinking this will all take time, you know. Yeah, we'll have to live with that. So now it is currently pausing for, I guess it's just 1/10 of a second, but it's still 30,000 times in one. While it's sending them, and then the price will be queued in a long queue that we have dimensioned before, so it should be there and should be available and should work. We're just not getting the responses until it starts printing them here. So now we're getting them as quick as it can. It's already done with all the scans when it starts with us, probably. So we're getting all the actively refused. Did you see anything else? It's all just working with a little delay. I don't like using delays though, so this is not the final solution. We're going to do a pretty smart thing instead. But if this works, then it will like solve all the problems, functional problems. So it's sending all the scans. While it's not printing anything out, it's still sending all the scans. Then it's receiving all the messages, which will be 70,001, which we are keeping in memory. And this should be like a bit more than double the lost weight. It feels longer though. Let's grab something to drink. Then we're going to learn how to make this smarter. Yeah, so this is very slow. There it did. Finish. So if it would have been Nmap, it would have been doing that for much more time, right? Also, it does other stuff, right? So this is just a basic, can I make a connection or not? It's trying to make a connection, TCP connection. If it can, it can. Our Proxmox server crashed, that's why we have not got anything up. So let's hop back to it. Let's actually start a little Proxy one. So you can see it started, it was not closed, it crashed. So all the bulk start, they say, this computer is starting. So it crashed at 1926. So we haven't done anything with the VM for 2 hours. Here it was probably, it started here and it started here. And this was when I actually started it. No, right, we were messing with it a bit. Yeah. So, let's open the Spice. I'm thinking we can listen on a lot of ports on one of the VMs on that computer, so it's not mine. I think it's cheating to use the same PC. You know, can't really know the speed if it's not going over the network at all. It's a bread. Let's go back to Go. So we got invalid port count. That's the only thing we got. So it scanned all ports. This plus this were the valid ports. The ones that was not valid, the ones over the correct number of ports that exist. This is 70,000, 69,999, and so on, So we do have an output. So here we start getting mixed. And I'm saying them right here, right? Oh, that was long ago. I didn't finish that. Actually. Just a sec. I'll just send a message. So just a sec. So let's actually do this first. I have to register for tomorrow. 8 hours. That's why it's 8 hours. Alright, that means I should probably get there before. Because it actually starts there. What? So it starts at 12 tomorrow. So I need to register. So this is nothing that's secret. Well, it will pop up the password, right? So let's just pull it over here. There. Why did it hop to the bottom? I don't know, but it does. So when I click the password field, it will generate the password and show it. So that's why I'm doing this. Sophia at fixit42.com. And then it shows the password on the screen. You can't see. So I'm gonna do a test to see if I'm really human. Am I human? I was human. Welcome. Then I can join a team. Team name and team password. Alright, yeah, so I got a link I can click. Actually, I'll do this for a short sec. So I don't know how I fixed my Zoom, but it's probably not good, right? You can see the whole mess by the door. So just 2 secs, so yeah, I'm sure you won't see what I click by mistake. I don't think it will be. So welcome. Join. Forbidden. It's not started yet. Okay. So I can't join the team before. So I'm just quickly checking through this. Right. I have CDF tomorrow. I should learn that poem thing. And I should sleep because it's 8 hours. So, how long have I been streaming now? 8.5. 8 hours is not that much, right? So I'm not going intensely for it in any way. It's just like I'm a noob. I know it. This is my for the first time in like doing a CDF that you go to and do with together people. We're not actually going to the place, you know, but just doing it together. It's with a Hexbox people locally. So that'll be fun. So now we have Kelly started, and I should zoom myself out a bit. So where am I typing Kelly now? Kelly. So I'm kind of thinking we want to have more open ports, right? We want them to be a little bit spread all around so we can see if this actually works. Then we of course still need to fix it, but it works then, and it's harder to test for if it's better. We should have a time count. We should count the time. That's how we'll know. Dirt on my screen. So 61,000. Oh, I didn't type L. 55,000. Boring parts, I know. I guess we do this, continue this, right? So I should really have closed it so I don't have to type it every time. 35,000. Uh, 24,000. Let's mix it up. Right, so we have 61, 55, 35, 24. 12,000. 6. So that's enough. I remember his IP. So it is 184. And we do all of them, right? We T24. Outfit 4. One to 70,000. So this is what we got. They will all be connected, and it's not done this one. So no 61 and no 55 yet. Oh, there we got it there. And there. So they're all disconnected now. Connect, disconnect. Makes it close. So now we get the output. And we see a little list. Maybe I should turn off this debug output. It's probably taking more time. Let's do that. So it's just a variable name. Maybe constant. Why did I even say maybe there? I'm like, maybe I should go sleep. So variable is false. So next time we will not get those lines there. So we got the correct answer with one thing. We had 5 open ports here. So we not actually listen the ports. Right, we need to list the ports. Why am I selecting everything? Because in Linux you have to shift while you page up, and I do it here, and then it goes like funny, you know? Yeah, we need to run this again. We need to add the port information, which we will see it now though. Actually abort that because we need to actually start these again. So, or nothing is open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're listening on 5 parts. Let's one more. Let's one more. So NC 1, 2, 3. There. So now let's actually clear this and run it again. And we don't want to T this. I guess we did last time. So, so now it doesn't have to print all the messages, it will just receive them and count, which should be quicker than printing everything. So maybe it should have a like getting messages. And we should have a timer, right? So I can see here that it's doing stuff. That one is disconnected. That one did. That one did. That one is still listening. And this one too. So it's interesting to see that it actually, you know, we have the lowest number here. Second lowest, lower, lower. Now that one stopped, and this one is going to be just before we get our responses. There we got the messages. So we can see when it started printing the messages because that's 123, right? It's just the start. We don't get any errors. We can scan all the ports. This basic mega symbol connect disconnect scan. So before we start doing funny things like just really not really connecting, right? Because I want to learn how to do that, of course. Send the detailed packets. So now I'm tabbing in the VM. So tab here instead. So it works too well. We need time. We have time. So let's just Google Time, action, go. So, no, not really. Let's see what it says. Yeah, begin time. This is what they want to do, and they're asking how to do it. Oh, so they actually just didn't. Time sense beginning time. Oh, that's pretty. So I'll just clean that up in Notepad quickly. So first we need to, at our start of the scan, here, let's actually do the start of main. Yeah, we know that begin time is not used. It's because we're just adding it. Isn't it enough to make it gray? Does it have to be squiggly too? And then at the very end of our debug output, there we're going to do end time. And this was so simple, so we don't even need to do anything. We just need to print F instead and add some comments. And yeah. So, oh, I did a dash instead of a dot. So, and I was going to print F it. And I did do lowercase. So, that time I didn't do two of them. Maybe because it was squiggly. And when I save, it will hop that. So you need the space there, obviously. Well, I'm not sure I agree. I kind of think it's pretty. Start time. And go time format output. Time. Multiple times. Doesn't have to do with time. Follow some times. Run at the time. Yeah, this is not time. How to format current time using one of the date string thingies. So, oh, t.format. Go uses the following constant. I was like, do I have to add this? To form a date, refer here. So give me an example. Ah, look here. So as this is an sprintf, I'm sure we can just grab this here. We'll see if I'm correct in being sure. So let's try that. That kind of didn't work because I had that character left there. So guess we do this again. And time. Time. So let's say like total time. That's better. So this will not, of course, do anything because we didn't open the ports again. So nothing will be open. So missing. Yeah. End time. Yeah. Extra term duration. Okay. I did just a percent character there. No. So it took 2 seconds. We can read that out. So the printf. So first of all, let's add some backslash n's, right? Because they were forgotten by me. And I didn't do any formatting here. And in the example that I cut from, we do have these, right? All the information. So we need those. Because we can just have one. And there's lots of %ds here. So wrong place. So year didn't exist. Okay, time duration. Yeah. Let's do that here. So what we want is minutes and seconds. So in other words, we just add an S on there. And I can think we can skip these. if it goes days, you know. Yeah, it's the dot. It breaks it. Two seconds. So, what did I do? Right, I have these here still. Yeah, so I noticed the T there too. So let's just see what this looks like. I should probably just do something myself. Yeah. This is scrappy. There are floats I'm doing. Not D, it's saying. Isn't that? You can't do this, but it's not an error. So first of all, let's comment these out. They're not really important, but I did it again. I did it again. This time I saw the squigglies and got like end time. All right. So we didn't actually use end time since we used time sense. So let's just see, where did I? So let's say an F here instead, right? Let's say through 2 like it had. I'm kind of thinking that's a more reasonable thing. I'm just guessing. It shouldn't take that long. So we get a value of how many hours and minutes it was, even though that's not really what we're after, right? It probably means that seconds will go over 60 without a problem too. So we can just do this. And if it is 300 seconds, you know, let's make a bigger scan. But let's do this first again. And I'm gonna hop over here and actually start these up when it's finished there. So they're all listening again. And let's start a full one. So 70 ports that are not listening. And if we do again, I guess we do 65, 600. So we have a reasonable amount of extra ones to test that, but we don't have to go crazy about it, right? So it saw it once the 123 was closed. So let's follow it here as it goes. So the this one is still listening. It will connect and disconnect. Then we have the next one. I didn't realize you could scroll with this. That was not on purpose. I wanted to see if I could scroll up in the window. So maybe I should make like, if it's a port number over the top, you know, I will complain. Yeah, so we're about to get some outputs. It found the open ports. We have 5 tabs, and the rest were refused. And it took 60 seconds to scan all ports with delays. So I do need to try another thing. Let's do half the delay of it. Just see how much this will affect things, right? So when we send a request initially, let's do 50 instead of 100 milliseconds. And this is the only change we make. And then we're ready here to start the same scan. And then we go and start make the ports listening again. So we have the exact same, come on, situation like last time. So they're all listening. And we run the scan. You can see also the valid ports, but we have zeros on this one, which is the biggest problem. We have no timeouts, which is also a problem if we get, because then we're like, I think it probably is that they are sent okay, but they're not. It's not internal problems, it's the other side. So, anyone that can teach me something about CTFs for a little bit before. Oh, the Proxmox server just shut down itself and closed. So, the scan won't work. It shut down before it was finished. We'll still get the same number. It doesn't matter much if it was 3 or 5 open parts. What could possibly work though is that it's, yeah. So we got timeouts, all of them, because the machine died. And this is nothing new, it's been crashing. I'm gonna have to do something about this. It's starting again. So this computer was found in the trash. We installed it as Proxmox server. It worked for days. And now we have like odd closing down problems. So it might be the trash heap problem. Well, not a trash heap. One of the rooms where you put stuff you wanna, like electronics. So if I have time-sensitive things I need to do, I need to have a computer that works better than this. So I'll have to see if I can find something else. This was the best one though. So it might just be something else with it. So Let's start a little Proxly here again. Proxmox Kali. That's what's Proxly. Ooh. So I have several laptops, but they're worse specs. Or I would use them because this one is better than my laptop. It's got 16 gigs of RAM and an i7. So even if it's a very old i7, 26 or somewhere. Come on. So there, give it enough time to actually start. It's not like we were evil to it or anything. We were sending 70,000 within quite a short time, but it's crashed several times before without doing anything. No. So I don't think that's it. So, yeah, we should just. So this is the only one that's saved. Well, let's go with that. Nice to be able to just actually just arrow up now. So what did I have lost? 35, 55. 65. So we're listening. Let's move it to the other screen so I can see when it connects. Last time it crashed after 3, and that's why we got this funny timeout here. So let's run the same command and just do it. So 1 connected. It crashed again. So this one we only got 2. So we're actually crashing the machine with us. Or is it just very unstable? Maybe we should just leave it up for a bit. So we can close the VM. So last time it answered on 3. So I don't really think this is the thing. But let's open, let's up the number to 100 again. Because this, it did not crash when we did this before, so if it starts, then... So 100 milliseconds, that's a lot of time. Isn't it? So I'm listening to the Proxmox server start. So connection error. Obviously, as my kid would say. One of them. Well, let's clean up a bit. We might have found better things there. These are the 2 Medium articles with stuff on the Quack Quack. There's that. Alright. Yeah, I just wanted to see what the shipping was. Couldn't tell. Let's actually close it. So, yeah, this is what we were going to look at. Let's actually look at this.
In the last few videos of this course, we've been looking at things like mutexes and channels and buffer channels in order to effectively communicate and to prevent or guard ourselves against race conditions within our concurrent applications. Now, in this video, we're going to be taking the knowledge we've learned in these videos one step further, and we're going to be looking at how we can implement worker pools within Go. Now, before we go any further, we should really try and understand the concept of worker pools and what advantages they provide us. Now, in other languages, the concept of a worker pool is there to effectively reduce the cost of spinning up new threads every time you have a new action or a new job that you want to process. In Go, the thread model is typically one thread to many Go routines, and the cost of spinning up these Go routines is relatively insignificant compared to the cost of spinning up a thread, so the same reasoning doesn't really apply here. However, worker pools are effective when it comes to trying to limit the number of concurrent processes that we have going on at any one time. And this is great if you're thinking about IO-bound applications or IO-bound operations, where you want to limit the number of IO operations going on at any one time in order to prevent things like accidentally DDoSing a service.
So we do have the other motherboard to test too.
Cool.
But
so
I'm
let's
not
have a look
going to
at
do
the
it
code and try
today.
to implement our own version of worker pools. Now we have some idea as to what they provide us. Now in this video, we're going to be creating a crawler that's effectively going to crawl a list of URLs and return the status code for those URLs. So the first thing I want to do is define a new site struct.
That's a nice
have a URL type string
example.
And I'm also going to do a result struct, like so. And this is going to have the status.
So I think this dude had
next within the main function.
the
What I'm going to do is I'm going to create
available.
a channel, and I'm going to call this jobs. I'm going to use the make keyword channel. This is going to be a type site, and I want this to be a buffer channel with a size or length of 3. And I also want to do the same for the results. So let's do results, make channel result, and again let's keep the size to 3. So these 2 channels that we've defined here are effectively going to be the ways that we communicate to the workers within our worker pool. Now we need to instantiate these workers, so let's do that now by using a for loop, and let's say for worker or w is equal to 1, and let's limit.
So I'm gonna pause that while we hop here, and then we're gonna look. I don't want a video. Yeah, here we have it. Code. So I think this is a bit much, but let's copy this. It's a bit long to just copy it all, but I think it's easier to read it in here. That's mostly why I do it. So new file, worker example, and go. Paste. So, save. I don't know why they underline. So, function crawl is the one that they will be starting. Go. Yeah, crawl. Jobs results. Right. So I remember I looked a bit at this before. So an ID, jobs, and results. Queue. And they make both channels and send them both in here. And they have a list of URLs. In our case, it's just the numbers, you know, the port numbers. And then for URL sets equal range URLs. So this is a nice way of seeing how to make a in a list loop. So I'm gonna grab this and add it to my variables notes. So I middle mouse click now because I don't want it to override anything. Though this was new, so I don't think it would, but you never know. So, right. Let's open it in here instead. Variables. No, not variable structure. For infinite loop. And then here we want to have a, no, actually before infinite. Nah. So, for each, it's usually called in simple things, right? For each loop. And that's what I can't do on my laptop. I can't make one of these code blocks. So I need to check what it is here. And then we have a laptop on the floor waiting for me to find it. So go. And well, let's paste it like that instead. Let's call it stuff. And let's something. Something else. And whatever in here, right? And I can see there's a comma on the line of the last line, so we don't have to do anything special, just delete one. And range stuff. Right, and then let's just do let's just do the same as we do in the last one, like fnt dot print line, no, printf look, comma, so now I'm like, is it s \n, comma, URL, so cool. I'm just thinking of this. Let's actually do this quickly. Go for each. So, for index element equals range sum slice. So there's also an index. Key value, the map. Yeah, I was kind of thinking this would be like, if this would be a function returning something, we could have two values. But why would the, if it is an index as default, right? I can get that over a slice, over a map, over a channel. So we can even do it on a channel. We can do it on a channel. So maybe we can do it better than they can. In a better way. Over a channel is equivalent to receiving from a channel until it is closed. So we already like got something better. That's cool. Unless we receive until stuff and then never close it. So this might be worse than what we had. For index element. Yeah. Yeah, so let's actually call it like index or something. I love how everybody answers. Action range func. Let's not go there yet. So let's call this index.
VR Mechatronics says, "Hey, how is going?"
Yeah, it's good. How are you, VR? Everything good? How's your building going? And finding parts? So let's actually look at the jobs now. So we get, let's see, site. I'm like site. So site is one of them. Site is one of the types used for, it's a type used for the jobs. Okay, so here we're just making them. So why? Okay, so we're converting the URL to site, or what? Site URL string. Why not just use a string? Because they might want to add something later. Because I actually used, I didn't see that anywhere. I just thought that the struct, as I can only send one thing, and I wanted to send several, I use a struct. So that was very nice that it just worked. From what that we read about structs in the basic variable stuff. So I'm going there again. So let's go to Obsidian for these, because they're not very pretty readable. So I had written down about how structs worked.
I learning English again, because I forget a lot in Denmark.
Okay, okay. So, okay. Yeah, you're always welcome in, you know, and I constantly talking. I don't know if my English is very good though. So we have the working example up. We have all the things I think we need. We can probably close this one too. There. And this we need to go back to later. So we're learning Go for the first time. And it's time to make this one a bit more complicated, or rather simple. and I don't really care about those. It was mostly like generally. Let's just delete. I can Google it if I want more. So I was like, should I put it? I did make a time file. Nah. And we have some debug information that we're using here to get some debug output for just for development. And we might keep those later in some kind of verbose format or something. But now, this was a basic start. What do we really want to do before I knew even that much of Go? Oh, what happened? So I just need to make a call quickly. Just call my mom. She didn't answer. So there. So let's continue. Suddenly I realized I have my desk cam still on with all the things, with the light. So maybe shouldn't have that on still. Let's close it down. There. Let's make sure it didn't just stop here. No, I did not want to do that. I right click because I wanted to exit. So, yeah, right, Discord is still up. I'm actually closing down Discord for now. I usually never have it on when streaming. So let's connect back to. Oh gosh,
I
my
visited
phone.
my parents. They went on vacation for a week and I was cleaning their apartment during that time.
Oh, that's so nice of you. Oh. Did you meet them too, maybe? Hopefully. Right? So visit your parents when they're on vacation. Hope you get a chance to visit them, actually meeting them. Yeah, we're going to the server. I'm like, what was I doing? Where did the tab go? Oh, right. It doesn't have the icon because it's time locked. There, we need to start and connect again. So when I use the short time, the short delay, well, 50 milliseconds, I don't know if it's short or not, but when I did, it did close down the Proxmox server, right? And that's funny. Bit funny. So I've changed the code and it's actually, this is stopped. So let's just abort. And we're ready to go again. So let's go.
You know they smoke cigarettes and I don't. Everything in the apartment has one smell cap.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I couldn't do that, even for my parents, I think. I die from cigarette smoke. Oh gosh. Just thinking of it makes me want to puke. That's how horrible it is. I don't get why people smoke. It's just crazy. Just crazy. Dangerous and horrible too. But people do it sometimes. My grandma used to. She was alive. So we're starting this thing up again. This time let's give it a few minutes before we do anything. But I'm thinking that we will start listening to make sure that that's not what happened. Right? So I just wanted to see the time for this, and since I changed it back, it's not really interesting anymore.
It's good that it's warm from the North Sea in Night Kappa.
Yeah, so we have outside it's 6 degrees and inside it's 28.5. So it's a bit warm in here. So I need to be able to sleep later. So this, just listening. So So this is what I did last time, and then it crashed like almost as soon as I had them up, because I started the scan at once with 50 milliseconds between each port, and I did 70,000 almost ports, right? This is how many I did. So I did abort it, but it didn't get aborted because it was already finished. Anyway, it crashed after this one, so we should have a lot of timeout again. Yeah, and here it also crashed.
My dad has a nice basement and I'm thinking of moving my tools there for 2 to 3 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do they also live in Denmark? So I'm not starting this yet. So I want to make sure what is crashing it. If it would crash, that is what I'm doing to it. Not that it's just started.
Yes, they are pensionist.
Okay. Nice. So it's close by. So let's actually close that and hop back here and go back a little bit. So we looked at the code he's going to write. Do we really need to see the video too? Maybe. And my throat hurts. And it's almost 23. It's like I have a CTF in 13 hours. I should sleep too. There's the code. So it's listening, it's not crashing, right? I changed the times so that it worked. Total time, you can see here it was long because I guess it was waiting. I don't know. So we can see that the number of seconds is very high. So maybe we'll have if number of seconds is above a certain number. So it's already closed that connection. This one. There. This one. So it's connecting and disconnecting. That closes the netcode listening. So it's going through all the ports. Now with 100 millisecond delay again. Yeah, so my mom lives close by. I'm going to actually be there when she meets her sister for the first time in so many years on Sunday. So there's 6 siblings, which is not very common. I guess it was more common back then, but I think 6 is a bit a lot of kids. They had a lot of kids. So we got refused connection. They're all closed except for the 6 open ones, which were correctly discovered here. And invalid port count 15 because I lowered it from, it was 65 before, so I lowered it 50. So I want a few of those. I want something there, but not a lot because it will take time. And the time was 62 seconds for the scan of all parts. So I guess we just run it again, changing the code, starting all of them up again, listening. And we're not going down to 50 this time. I just want to make a tiny change now. See if this is actually what crashed the machine. Now we're debugging the machine instead of writing Go code. I'm sorry. So if I can crash my Proxmox server by sending network scans, that's not very good, is it? Like totally crashed. It closed. Totally closed down. So we're going to let's lower it a little bit. Let's not go 50. 50 is what killed it. So let's go 90. Right? 90 it is. Save. And we'll see how this works. So I'm just going to hop by all the tabs, making sure they're all listening. And then we run this. And we hop over here and we see that one. Okay. I'm so tired I need to go sleep. But I want to see this first if the computer crashes. So we will probably not do the... I really want to do it though. But if I really need to start coding, then I'm going to be like, oh, 2 hours happened, right? Come on. Oh, it already did it. I'm like blind. I looked away and I didn't see the movement. 55. So this will be okay, I'm sure. And I haven't heard the server close down yet either. So last one, yeah, they're closed. We got the ports and it all worked fine. We have the same count, right? Almost the same count. So this delay change didn't change much, right? It's not really a big difference. I don't want to delay, of course, later, but not for now. This is test to see 50. It crashed the computer. Let's actually do 50 again. Let's go with 60. I don't know why I did 60, but it felt right. So we need, of course, to start listening, so we know that something is working, that is connecting, that is, we have some status, we have some ports defined, making sure that it actually works, not just sending messages into space. So we can see all the open ports here, the ones I'm listening on Netcat, you can see them here. So all 6 found. Even though they're spread out with all the 65,000 ports, right? So I'm gonna run that, and we're gonna check here again, that closes down, and this is about how long it got with 50. Then it closed the whole Proxmox server, not the VM, the Proxmox server. So that one's closed. I'm not sure there's a connection. More exciting than usual to do a port scan when your computer might just die on you. So it's still going. So this was 35, so we have 20,000 in between here. These are just 10,000, so here it's 20,000. Oh, so we got output now. That should mean that it already sent all the ports. So it shouldn't print anything out. Yeah, it crashed again. But I don't know, I don't think the Proxmox server crashed. Yeah, there it did. So that was like a boot beep. So we crashed it again. We have a timeout count that's very high. But it didn't, last time it just, the fans died. It went quiet.
I need to find a workshop somewhere in Europe with a 2,7 meter high ceiling. A workshop for tools and VR projects.
Yeah. So who's your client then if you need, if someone has 2.7 meters high ceiling? Because if you're building something for like a home, then it can't be that high, is it? Or is it that high? So we kill the machine again. Let's go here. connection error, right? There it closed. So for some reason it didn't close at once. So maybe there was something in it that, maybe there's some kind of protection in some way. That sounds like an odd protection, closing the computer down. Don't DDoS me or I will close all things and die. So I think I have one cookie. It's actually 2 cookies. I'm just gonna grab half a cookie. I'm not hungry and I really don't want anything, but my throat wants something. So it's not even half a cookie. It has a 970, 970, 970.
You know, I'm
Oh,
looking for
1080.
now the best choice from your abandoned supermarket.
Yeah, those will have an. Oh, it closed down again. Starting. I'm very curious what on earth it's doing. So I found the computer in someone's trash, or in like the where someone I know used to live before. So it's not new, it's old. I was thinking that I could probably use it for something, but maybe this was not a good use. So oh, I'm trying to get rid of messages from my phone. Right. Let's just check this out while we wait. So it's back up. I didn't even notice. So I'm so tired of drinking Coke now. It's so sweet. Why did I even? I want water. It's all sugar free at least. Well, I guess I'm drinking lots of bad chemicals instead of sugar, but probably better for your teeth. Maybe. It's just tummy medicine, right? So I'm trying to think of all the times when this crashed. So it crashed in the morning when I was not doing anything once. So it just, I was getting up out of bed, I think, and it just, but it keeps starting every time. So I should have a log that keeps pinging this thing, like every 5 minutes or something, maybe. Maybe have something like that. Maybe just ping to file from my local VM that I thought I'd never start again. I guess you could do it from Windows. So Kelly is logging in. Oh gosh, I really so don't want anymore. Why did I get more Coke? It's warm. It is. Oh. Water, nice. So during the stream, I can feel that I would have liked to brush my teeth long ago, but I have not for 9 hours and 43 minutes. All right. So it's starting to get time, even though we're not where I would have liked. But if we go over 10 hours, so I'm not gonna stop now, but I want to check out if anyone's online. No, I'm not even online. So the site is off again. It used to work well. I don't know what happened. Before, some time back, it didn't work again. So I don't know why. Sometimes it just doesn't notice you going online. Anyway, I'm not the craziest streamer right now. I'm just a second place. Not streaming the most. I guess not streaming this week did help, right? Nah, I don't mind being the craziest one streaming the most. But we don't have anyone here. So let's just mute the tab. And hello, 10 people. Let's see. Do we have anyone? I mean, it's not working for me. We might have someone on. We'll see who we'll do later. Who will raid. I'm not gonna do like music. And a lot of these are people who have raided, and I'm like following people I don't even know who it is really. So I have a lot of music ones that I don't know. So we raided the same like twice or something. We'll see who's online in a bit. Let's hop back. So this is up, and we can see all the restarts. So this is a start of it. I'm not starting the VM, so it's been up now for like 4 minutes. And last time it crashed and started was this, and before that this, right? So I've been evil. Let's not do that again. Let's see if it works fine if we don't send a lot of packets. So obviously it has 2 network cards, I think. So maybe the other one is better. I think they have different chips. So can we see about the hardware of the physical machine here? Network. So active, yes, no. So what happens if I switch the cable, and what can we see about this thing? Right, there's might be updates. Yeah, it's also refreshed as an update. Download. I think it's the list. Yeah, there are a few files. Why not? I usually prefer doing it in the prompt, but that's not a lot either. And it crashed, so we want it to be updated. And we have the no subscription one. So what can we do with the code in 10 minutes? So we have an example, and we have what we want to fix. And let's put this one back to 100 there. So it didn't crash with 100, it crashed with 60 and 50. So maybe I was just at a good spot with it, though I definitely don't want this there. And let's remember the right comment type. So remove later for testing. So what happened when I added this line is we got from, let's hop to the bottom. We got from having invalid port count here. Now this buffer, insufficient buffer count, to having good numbers. I don't know how old this one is. Oh, look. That's the one that crashed, where I aborted. Yeah, so we're supposed to get closed only, and this is the invalid because we did up to 70,000 on this one, so we have a lot of ports that are not actually ports. So this one is an okay result. This means we told it to do port 70,000, which doesn't exist, and is an invalid port. This is the number of closed port, and here we have the open ports. So this is with this line there, and this one is without it. So here we can see that we got 5 open ports, still worked. But if they had been in other places, like, I don't know why we got 5 here, because this was, yeah, these are early. They're in the 1001 first ports, all of them. That's why it works. That's why we started using the Kali machine. But otherwise, we wouldn't have had it actually hit the ports because we run out of buffer. So we didn't get these errors. These are from the ones that worked. Let's scroll up to an operation non-socket cannot be firm because the system lacked insufficient buffer space or because the queue was full. So that's what happened when we didn't have any delay at all, and we do use this stupid way of doing it, right? We're not waiting for the replies. We're just sending 70,000 things at once in a whole bunch. From start port to stop port, nothing, no wait, nothing. Then, yeah. So, right. I'm thinking, let's just read this. Let's read this. Finish it. I think it kind of. I got something interrupted me. Foresight, range jobs. We put this in as a for each, and right. And also this confirms that we don't need the comma that I added into notes. So let's structure. So let's just grab this. That works too, but or and go. So we have both versions there with an index. If we might want the index too, you know, it's nice to have knowing which iteration you're on. It can be useful. Yeah, so we're actually on 53 minutes and don't want to go over 10 hours stream. I think it's time because the raid takes a few minutes too, right? So it's done with the update. Kernel upgrade. Please consider rebooting. So we'll reboot later. Off the stream. And the Veeam is happily running along here now without us. When we're not sending too many messages too quickly. So I'm just gonna see if I can open a new tab and join the Discord if you're not already there. So we're gonna see who we can find. Grabbing a new tab. Yeah. There's not like a million options, so I'm trying not to rate the same people over and over, but now we kind of having to do that. Also, he's one of the people who told me to do Go, so we didn't do much Go though today because we kind of had to debug the computer issues. Right, and you're not even on this screen, so I'm gonna start the raid. So thank you everybody for being here, and again we have this funny thing with 10 here and 8 here. It's always interesting. Am I very annoying if I test canceling this and doing it again and see what happens? I'm curious. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. So they're always funny, the numbers. That's why I don't care, because sometimes I've had it said 1 and I rated, or it said like 4 and I rated this at 1, or it said 1 1 and I rated, and then it was like several people talking from my stream in chat. So you're like, okay, one person? No, I don't know. So, however many people are out there, and also YouTube, you're very welcome. When we've hopped over, I'm going to send a link to YouTube. Yeah, so we have the little Sumi thing here again. Thank you very much. And next time we do Go, we'll probably do an actual thing that I was planning there to do. Bye. Have a great weekend. Bye. there.